Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Beto, aka DJ Thozini, and I would like to, welcome you guys to the Power to the People, BIPOC, and we can get it cracking today.
Yeah. So be a Thursday. Ain't no justice for us in the United States. Segregation ended, but we still judge by race. I wanna pick up my family and just move away. Canada sounds straight.
Handcuff on the ground, in the head. Deep on the slang, shot him down until he was slain. Eric Harris up in the city. From the governor undercover. Up played cop, thought he was dictator, but he shot him out there in undercovers. Tampa Vice with Ohio. Police shot him up in the park. No indictments, support him cops, but police got sent to Michael Dogs. What part of the game is that what could happen to him if he was black? It's 2020, he still ain't free, and they brainwashed that and they cool with that.
By the weekend, take a stand, play your part, do what you can. Elevate the status of the black man. Leading by example is the master plan. Always acknowledge and truth on the foundation of the youth. But till we come together, we expect this for you. Ain't no justice for us in the United States. Segregation ended, but we still judge by race. I wanna pick up my family and just move away. Canada sounds straight.
Allah bless my nigga Rollo, best nigga I know. I'm born rotten and I know soon I will follow. Allah bless my nigga BY, go back to knee high. Little money, give money, he'll laugh, we are. Allah bless my cousin Devo, should have been me though. Now I'm left to bless the mic with all my evils. Life was crazy as a psycho eating fruitcake. Crack brain maniac, loony fruit nutcakes. My friends tell me I'm erratic and impractical. The way I think is unsound and not irrational. My style was useless, not practical or usable. I need something workable, I need something useful. 3 niggas gone, 3 niggas that were so strong. God called them home and didn't need to use a phone. Left me with the energy, no John Lennon let it be. Ain't worried about who's next to me. My time, my century. Got a live band that's meant to be. Niggas can't rep with me. Even with your vocals on the track, you ain't next to me. Your fans selling it, but that's the double stack. Even sober, it's over. My verse is trouble black. From IC out to Durham, North Cackalack. It's about time to switch the watch and get a Cadillac. Escalade, all white, get your man shade. Ooh, yeah. Ooh, yeah. Ooh, yeah.
From the moon to the sun come, same waters that I run from the trees that we once hung, from the seeds of the young ones, planted in the earth, roots to the mountains, truth flowing at the fountain, take a lift on the falcon, feel the breath of the best that I'm counting, for clean water, food and housing, I plant the ways of 1,000, listen and sprouting, and hear the newborn shouting, for clean water, food and housing, plant the prayers of 1,000, and you can hear him shouting,
I spent my whole life trying to be somebody I'm not. They threw me on the stage and they put me on the spot, but I never understood all the fortune and fame. All I wanted was to sit in a circle and pray. This here they call a career, what I'm doing is using my voice to heal. Dream is for everyone to sing together. Egos in check, cause nobody's better. Used to be committal and I was a competition. Wonder when we're gonna stop causing division. Get back to the ceremony, back to the land. We all been displaced and we all need a hand. We have gifts that we naturally possess, and we noise those gifts when we try our best. We give up when we don't make money, even though those gifts can help so many. The water flows. swim in rivers, drink from fresh springs, carry baskets interwoven memories of the ancestors. We come from the sea, the oceans reflect emotions fluidly. There's a storm in me, I miss the gentle rains. The water's dammed up, I'm consumed by rage. I need to get these chemicals out my veins. All the wastewater being spilled in the bay. If the oil is the blood and the coal is the...
I didn't want to stop that just yet. That was a really good intro. Thank you so much, Bitho. Bitho is a local performer and DJ and rapper in Iowa City, Iowa, and it's a real honor to have him here today. So here we are kicking off our Power to the People digital rally, and I'm really excited about the guests that we have that are going to be here today, and all of the different issues we're going to discuss, and hopefully this is going to incite some people to get to the polls on November 3rd, because actually right now Iowa is in a dead heat, and we can really, make some real changes in this state, and we can really be there and make a difference. Unregistered BIPOC voters in Iowa can really do a lot this year. So I want to just talk about like why we're doing this as well. As you know, BIPOC people make about only 10% of the population in Iowa, but our issues and our voices and what we deal with is a lot compared to like what other folks are dealing with. We have higher rates of arrest. We have higher rates of high school dropout. This is stolen land. And by the way, my name is Sakawis, and I'm Plains Cree Saulteaux of the Georgia Gordon First Nation. And so as an Indigenous person, I understand that there are issues here that, affect the land greatly, like farming, CAFOs, big ag, poisoning the land, the water, the air. We are the number one contributor to the dead zone in the Gulf of Mexico right now because of all the pesticide, herbicide, fertilizer runoff. There's 40 million pigs in the state, but there's 3 million people. There's so many issues that we're dealing with, and a lot of these issues do stem back to like colonization and genocide. We were practicing, good farming practices here, and then colonial farming practices came in, and we ended up with what we're dealing with right now, the most biologically colonized state in the country. And not only that, but let's look at what's happening right now in Des Moines and BLM, and the heavy charges people are facing for, standing up for what's right, for, doing what they're allowed to do. They're allowed to protest, but they're being heavily policed, heavily targeted, and many are facing, long, like possible prison sentences. And we need to change that. We need to allow, folks to say and do what they are allowed to say and do. There's a lot going on in this state. There's statues to white supremacy all over. We need to remove those. And a lot of this is going to change if we get the right people in office to make those changes. And that means we need to vote. And so let's talk about these things. And right now, I'm really happy to introduce Regina Sosi, who is Dene and has been living in the Quad Cities for quite some time. One of my favorite people and elders, and one of my mentors. And she's going to start us off with a few songs. Welcome, Regina.
Everybody out there. Thank you so much for inviting me here for a very important event. Our voices need to be heard, and if you haven't been to the voting polls yet, please do so. It's very important for you people out there in Iowa. As Christine said, I'm Dene. I'd like to introduce myself in my Dene language. Yat Eshikis, she Regina Sosi. On the Latin national, Ashinhi Bashis Chin, for the Chitney Dash Che Twahana Dashanella. Yat and I'll just go right into some songs here. These songs are social Indigenous songs. I may play one on my guitar, but we'll see how much time I have. So this first one is a veteran song. Very, very important. Our veterans are very important to our people and for our country. Those who served in the past, those who are currently serving, and we thank them for their sacrifice, the ultimate sacrifice that they've paid. Also, this goes out to the healthcare workers. They are also veterans too. They are warriors, men and women. So hope this song uplifts you. Thank you. Next song I like to do this on the guitar. And this song was composed and created by Indigenous women, 3 Indigenous women, a group named Eulalie. And this is a heartbeat drum song. The drum is the heartbeat of our Indigenous communities when people come together around. And it just sends our voices out to creator, our songs or dances. And so I want to send this out in a good way. 난 그야야 What it say? 난 그야야 What it say? 난 그야야 What it say? Hey ya, 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 hey ya. 막지도 보이야 비기디 막지도 보이는 스테이와이 막지도 보이야 비기디 막지도 보이는 스테이와이 막지와 뭔가 이모 더 못하니 야이다이 이외 이다이 난 그야야 What it say? 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 해야 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 Yeah, one more last song. That's okay. One more last song. This song is something hopefully that inspires you, calms you down when you need to settle your mind. And this is just a medicine song. Yana henene, yana henene, yana henene, yana henene, hayayina, henene no way. Yana henene, yana henene, hayayina, henene no way. Hayayina, henene no way. Yana henene, yana henene. Hayayina, henene no way. Yana henene, yana henene, yana henene, yana henene, hayayina, henene no way. Yana henene, yana henene, hayayina, henene no way. Hayayina, henene no way. Yana henene, yana henene, hayayina, henene no way. Yana henene, yana henene, yana henene, yana henene, hayayina, henene no way. Yana henene, Thank you very much. Thank you for having me here. Everybody get out the vote.
Thank you so much, Regina. Hi, kitata mihin. And we, want to also recognize that we are on stolen land in Iowa. Iowa was placed on top of thriving communities that already existed here, like the Iowa, the Meskwaki, the Winnebago, the Omaha, all sorts of nations, the Dakota, and we always need to make sure that we recognize that. Next, I would like to introduce one of our collective members, Trish Ottringer, who is going to talk a little bit about Vote Mob and some cool things you can do to get out the vote.
Hello, can you hear me? I hope everyone can hear me. Hi, my name is Trish. I'll introduce myself in my Ho-Chunk language. So ha, Hijikishina Hini Karigiwina. Hello, everyone. I greet each and every one. My English name is Trisha Ettringer. However, my Ho-Chunk name is Chak Shavguinga, which means eagle that returns. And I am enrolled at the Winnebago tribe of Nebraska. I am also the director of operations for Great Plains Action Society, and I've known Christine since, I want to say like 2017, and we've done a lot of amazing things. So what we are focusing on this year, as far as, the election goes, we have partnered with Vote Mob, and it's been very challenging to pretty much plan anything during the COVID pandemic. And this is what we came up with. So I just want to thank everyone that has supported us in every effort that we have done so far. It's been very challenging this year, to say the least, and touch on a few things here in Iowa, such as Big Ag is being a big issue here, as far as, we're talking about, how we can better the future, how can we put the footsteps down, so to speak, for our future generations. And Big Ag is one of those things that we have to focus on here in Iowa. However, that extends to everybody else too as well. I want to take a big shout out to all the water protectors in the Black Snake Coulees. Please keep doing what you're doing. Do not falter. Do not get discouraged. I know there's a lot of things that are going on, and we're seeing a lot of, kind of in-house, just a lot of things that you wouldn't expect to happen. But I just want to encourage everybody that, it doesn't matter how small your voice is, as long as you speak up, whether it may be shaky, whether you're nervous, just to keep on going. And hopefully we can all fight the climate crisis together. As far as everything else, these are really trying times. And I honestly never would have thought that in a million years that we would be here. But at the same time, we have to take in colonization into consideration of how we got up to this point. And so basically, our job here at Great Plains Action Society is to resist and indigenize. And so that's challenging these colonialistic institutions, these concepts, these ideologies, and basically saying, no more, enough is enough. I am so happy that we are partnering with Vote Mob. They've been amazing to work with, and our goal at Vote Mob is to create long-term partnerships with everybody in the state of Iowa and nationally, because we all need to stand together in solidarity. So I was very fortunate enough to be introduced to a lot of amazing organizers, amazing youth. The youth is so amazing. And on top of that, we've been able to do voter outreach parties and kind of outreach via Zoom, digital tools in the best way that we can. So it's been challenging to say the least. So I want to extend all the support, solidarity that we can to move forward. I am based in Sioux City, Iowa, where it's one of the highest urban Native populations. We have seen a lot of things happen during the pandemic that, we gotta kind of roll with the punches. Great Plains Action Society has put up a rapid response COVID-19 fundraiser in efforts to help the urban Native population, as well as immigrants, the Latinx community. And later on, you're going to hear from Alejandro, who is also from Sioux City, but lives in Des Moines and is doing all the efforts for mutual aid and, just being a cool badass organizer there. So with that, I would like to introduce my next guest, who is Amukta. She is one of my fellows and an amazing young lady in high school still. So she's been amazing. I just, everything that she has done up to this point for the election, the GOTB efforts has just, I've been blown away by her dedication efforts. She still goes to high school on top of everything. So Amukta, go ahead and introduce yourself, pronouns if you want to, and then, whatever you have to say.
Yeah, for sure. Thank you, Trisha. Hello, my name is Amukta Gantala-Mohini. I use she, her pronouns, and I'm a senior at Ankeny Centennial High School here in Iowa. I'm a fellow for Vote Mob. Vote Mob is not an organization, but a group of young people passionate about getting out the vote to increase youth voter turnout. In Vote Mob, all the organizers make it their mission to make sure the people in their communities are exercising one of their most basic human rights, the right to vote. Vote Mob also has a goal of creating partnerships with other groups to grow the movement and to support the activist community. Me not being able to vote yet makes me want to push others to vote even more. I so badly want to be able to vote in this election, but my 18th birthday is in January. Instead, I concentrated that passion into getting my peers who were going to be 18 by election day to get excited about voting. I remember in economics class about 2 weeks ago, my whole class, along with the teacher, started talking about voting. My teacher asked the class, how many of you can vote in this election? And 5 out of the 11 kids raised their hand. Some had already voted early and others were going to vote in person. It made me realize that the majority of youth are excited about voting and excited about making change for the future. From human rights to climate change, voting is a way to put someone in office that will strive for progress in our society. We must hold each other accountable for voting. So I urge you to text all your family, your friends, your coworkers, and anyone that may be in your network of connections and remind them to vote this Tuesday, November 3rd. Lastly, I would like to thank you for having me here today. Thank you so much.
And these are our co-hosts, Vote Mob and, oh my goodness, I feel really embarrassed all of a sudden. Youth Action for, come on, Trish, I know you know. You have to unmute yourself. Youth Action for
People's Justice.
People's Justice.
Yes.
Thank you.
Sorry. It's been very hard with the Zoom and stuff. I'm still trying to figure things out. So I please apologize for all that. So
yes. I would like to introduce our next guest, Ryan Stevenson. And I don't see him on here. Do you think you can text him, Trish, and see if he's trying to get on or having some issues?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that we actually might have some time to talk before then. I will text him though right now. So I don't know if Betho maybe might want to do some music in between.
Yeah, let's do that. Do you feel like playing some music for us? Yeah.
Keeps a lot, got more than a little ambition. Holds down the fort, holds down the family. Remember how you work still brings out the man in me. I see you provide for the whole team. Keep some young drone with no shoulder lean. Now I'm an unfunky UFO. Ever since Flashlight, Atomic Dog got sold. Used to work with it still, every day seemed to double. Staying out late when moms got you in trouble. Never shot out, smoking just begins. The problem, alcohol and girls and other sins. Small town, everybody name gets around. Especially when you're working double time on the ground. Community service, you give community purpose. Stay on the town, yo, people that notice. Down the spot bar, chillin' like Dean Martin. I guess Ray Sackers like Jerry Lewis, beg your pardon. Son of the never man, cured all my suffering. Gave me a new start and still I'm discussing it. Yeah, to testify that father did it right. When my world was crumbling, they gave me better sight. And mad love to my Aunt Chris and Uncle Larry, I'm blessed. Soldier from Ohio, but that bullshit I don't miss. My whole life, like father, like son. Try to be myself, nothing else can be done. Listen to music whenever there's time for some. Freestyle a lot and I run like a champion. Work a couple jobs, but hustlers never run. I see all my problems, I deal with them as they come. Keep a white girl, cause I love having fun. Through my whole life, like father, like son. My whole life, like father, like son. Try to be myself, nothing else can be done. Listen to music whenever there's time for some. Freestyle a lot and I write like a champion. Work a couple jobs, but hustlers never run. I see all my problems, I deal with them as they come. I keep a white girl, cause I love having fun. Through my whole life,
Yo, flow out of this world, need a telescope. Dictionary necessary with some word spoke. Another man's words I find it hard to quote. Actions speak louder than any words that spoke. Some right advice to successful know how to smoke. Live messing got me looking, so I didn't stop the flow. Don't trust a man even when he play me close. Dude ain't my friend, that brother just taking notes. These words spoke could be taken as jokes, but I ain't nation and I don't know the funny quotes. Slave mentality, I guess I ain't catch the boat. Lifeguard my cheek, float away to the coast. Plantation ground, when it comes to spitting flows, keep it real in the field. Don't rob with house Negroes. Keep the vocabulary, got my words twisted. Say nigga spitting, you can just say I'm giving energy, dirty energy. Yo, you can keep that shit away from me. I maximize my true positivity. Ain't nobody got no time for negativity. Dirty energy, dirty energy. You smile in my face when you see me. You do a lot of talking, but never showing me. Ain't nobody got no time to fake people G. Verse 2, make way I'm coming through. Jewels on aqua blue, now swimming through a crowd of fools. Seasick, they lose their breakfast when they see the dude. Outfit zoom, and for my wrist he cool, but sometimes he be blinded fools. Got a big excuse, it's the way y'all be eating them dudes. Spitting them out, could be seen as fruit, but I'm clean and cool. Even though I got the BD searching for me like I am that dude. Cause I got that hoop, nah, we one plate of my weed, best believe you through. Taking dudes to school, no matter old or new. I be the captain, so my code name Kangaroo. I still got my crew, man, I got my rules. Staying low key after slowly cruise. Dirty energy, dirty energy. Yo, you can keep that shit away from me. I maximize my G with positivity. Ain't nobody got no time for negativity. Dirty energy, dirty energy. You smile in my face when you see me. You do a lot of talking, but never showing me. Ain't nobody got no time to thank people G. I graduated associate in applied science. Gradually associate showed their defiance. Keep the scene like an eagle in the sky flying. I just be cool and they get distracted from my smiling. He's seeking bombs, you will not hear no flying. Reciprocate the energy, then they'll say I'm wildin'. Never let them know the prize that you and I am. Some people satisfied when they see your dreams dying. Vibe and download so free and change the energy like when food supply seasoning. Loudness, but not talking cow, don't know MSG with the championship.
Thank you, Vito. I was on mute. So yeah, these live things just they are not always well polished, but I hope you can bear with us. I would like to introduce our next guest, Ryan Stevenson. Thank you for being here today, Ryan. You are a Waterloo organizer, and we're really excited to hear what you have to say. and you need to unmute yourself, just so you know.
All right, thank you all for having me. Definitely been following along with you all, you and Trisha, and seeing the great work that y'all doing. Just happy that I can be a part of it, and hopefully we can turn this into, continue to connect and collaborate and turn this into a statewide thing. All right, because that through coming together and unify is the only way that we all gonna get the change that we see, that we want, and that we deserve. What affects me affects you, and what affects you affects me, and that's how we not only have to see. Not only do we have to see it that way, but we have to all put in the work to make the sacrifices for each other, in order to accomplish the task and the goals, that we have set forth. Just doing some history, right, and being a student, someone that's always interested in learning, right, and I feel bad, right, learning about the longest walk, right, that Native and Indigenous people did from the West Coast to DC, right, to demand, the civil rights and sovereignty, right, and thinking back on the March on Washington, right, historic event for many Black Americans, right, that played a major part in the civil rights era in demanding equality and liberation for Black people, and thinking back on those two things is that their marching and their walking was so that our generation could run, right, and I think now is a time. It's as fertile as it's been since the 60s and 70s, right? It's just fertile for change, and not only you see a call to action amongst Black and Indigenous people of color, right? But you see a call to action against white people, Hispanics, Asians, right? People of all different races, right? Coming together, seeing that, hey, man, this isn't right, And I think that there's a lot of publicity and notoriety, and we see in ads, and we continue to have these discussions about this presidential race coming up, right, which is big, right, on many different levels, right. We see an administration that has had a total lack of disregard for government agencies, right, that play a major role in our day-to-day life, right, and when we get down to how things disproportionately affect our communities, right, we see how the Department of Ed, right, isn't ran by someone that believes in public education, right, and we know that Black and Indigenous children depend on public education, right. We see that the EPA, pretty much no regulations and everything is in complete disarray, and we know that Black and Indigenous people have higher rates of asthma than other people, other races, right. We know that water quality is an issue in our communities. Just not only EPA and climate issues, right, health issues, right, how high infant mortality rate is for Black women, right. And I don't know the numbers for Indigenous women, but I would believe it's safe to say that it's high as well, right. People not respecting the pain of women in our community, right. So it's when we look at this election, right, there's some things that we're not hearing, some of the things that we want to hear, right, and we know that the liberation that we deserve won't happen overnight, right, but it us getting out is us getting out and voting is extremely important, right, because it's the next step in the process for us to get the change, right. We've marched, we protested, we made demands, now we vote, then we hold elected officials accountable, right. And if they don't live up to if they don't follow through with our demands and don't come through with the things that we're advocating for, then we are in a position again in a few years to choose candidates and then vote someone else into office, right, that believes in the things that we believe in and that will fight for what we will fight for. But I want to say what's even greater for us, right, in this moment, in this election, and why we have to get out and vote is because there are a lot of local, county-wide stuff, statewide stuff that really affects us, right? I know here in Waterloo, we have a sheriff's race up, and we one of the candidates was actually the police chief, right? And we seen how he ran his police department, very destructive to communities of color. And we have another individual, right, that has been in office, right? Some people have thoughts and feelings about him, right? But we know that there's some changes that can happen that we would like to see. But when in the dissatisfaction that some have, we know that in the end, if we end up with the alternative, it'll be a lot worse for us, right? We looking at Black Hawk County, where African Americans make up 9% of the population, but 51% of the jails. And our jails are ran by our sheriffs, right? And so for us, we looking at, if you run a police department that endangers us, that doesn't respect or care for black bodies or people of color, like what will happen in your jail, right? So us voting has a lot more to do with our votes have a greater impact than just what happens in the presidential election, right? Right now, in the state house of Iowa, there's a party with complete control that have been doing some things that don't benefit our people, right? And now, it's in a position for that change, for it to be a shift. And you see great candidates like Charles Clayton, Christina Blackcloud, right? People that's gonna fight for our issues, right? And if we don't turn out, right, then we don't get representation from people like them, right? People that shared our lived experiences, right? That can go to the state house and speak to the things that we're going through, the things that we live in, the things that affect us on a daily basis. And so I guess when we talking about getting out the vote, right? There's so many things that affect us daily that give us all more reason to get out to the polls on Tuesday if you haven't voted already. I think that we have to see this as like I said, a continued step in the process of bringing change, right? And voting has to becomes a thing of habit to us, right? It has to be second nature, something that we just do repetitively. We have to participate in all elections. So I feel like us doing, not only will, there's things that's on the line that affect us right now. I think that we also need to start that habit. So next year, when we're talking about school board elections, right, when that affect our children, when we're talking about city council races, mayoral races, or every election matters, right? And we need to get in the habit of participating at all times and letting people know that we are paying attention and that we will let our voices be heard, and we're done settling for anything less than what we deserve. So I want to thank you all for having me. I really don't do speaking like that, but I feel like that I see the work that you all are doing out there, and I just looking forward to working with you all in the future and doing whatever we can to create change.
Right on. Thank you, Ryan, so much. I do have a question though. I think he left. Oh, okay. So I know there's a conversation about removing the Gryffindor from the police department. I just want to know a little bit about that. And just kind of, because here at Great Plains Action Society, we're actually working on removing racist statues from the state capitol and nationally. So Can you just give me like a breakdown of that and where it's at right now?
Yeah, I mean, so if you look at, for one, Waterloo is probably one of the few places in the country that has a insignia, logo, or whatever they want I call it, right? Around here, they like to consider it a mythological creature, the griffin, right? But to all of us, you can look at it. If you've been to Waterloo or seen it, right? If you sit it next to a picture of the dragon, that symbol that the KKK used, right? It's pretty much identical. And it's the interesting thing is that this griffin has been around since the inception of the police department, right? They decided to start using this dragon in like 1964, I believe. Right? It was in the 60s, either way, right? We all know the decline in the country in the 60s, right? And it was, the heart of the civil rights era, right? And so it just seemed pretty opportune to decide that we would have a griffin as our logo, right? Then they have like terms like vigilance, and it's something else on the card, right? That's the role of the police department, right? It's to protect and serve, and you being vigilant, right? It's your job to protect individuals and solve crimes, but it's not for you to jump out of the sky like, man, it's not crime, right? That's not the role of the police department. For some reason, that is the outlook and the take that they have assumed for whatever reason. So we pushed forward, right? We made some managers along, and that was one of the first things that was brought up, right? And it didn't go how I wanted to go, right? I felt like it should be removed completely. And I felt like none of our local leaders fought for it, right? And too often you hear people saying how they stand alongside with you and they want to do what they can to help. And I think in the moment that they had to stand up for people of color, they did. So they formed a committee, and now they're doing all of this drawn out process, right? Where and I just think it's ridiculous. I just think that if there is a large portion of your population saying that I'm offended, right? Then that's all that matters, right? And we had old police chiefs while they were coming up in defense of the griffin, saying why they should keep it. One chief admitted that this has been fought for by the NAACP, since the early 2000s, right? And you go back into newspaper archives, you can see that when it was originally adapted, right, that the leaders in this community was fighting for it, right? So this has been placed on the cards. People have been fighting for this, right? And now they come up with this. We don't form a committee, and so they form a committee, pick individuals to be on it, and I guess they're going through that process, right? Now, I just feel like when you talk about right or wrong, it ain't no process, right? It's either you do it or you don't. So when they put it on the council agenda, I was telling people like, either it's gonna get voted up or voted down. I don't anything in between doesn't make sense to me, right? I want to see people stand on their vote to keep this thing, or I want to see people stand on their vote and saying, nah, these people are offended by it. It is an offensive symbol, and we need to do what's right in Waterloo.
Right. Oh, thank you so much, Ryan, for speaking on that. Thank you so much for joining us. I think Sakawis is going to introduce our next one. I just want to also kind of reiterate what Ryan Stevenson was talking about in Black Hawk County, is that they have white supremacist symbols and they're trying to get rid of them. And we have to also understand that this is Black Hawk County, Black Hawk. I grew up there, and I've never seen anything dedicated or even acknowledged as far as Indigenous leaders in this state. So, Sakawis, go ahead.
Yeah, I would like to introduce Roz Smith. It's an honor to have you, and I know you are also a Waterloo organizer and leader, and we would love to hear what you have to say.
Hi, how are you doing? Are you able to hear me?
We can hear you.
Sorry.
Yeah, for sure. Go ahead.
Hi, yes, I'm Ross Smith. I'm really excited to be here today. As I reflect kind of on our current state, there's a lot of things that kind of go through my mind, but I think that this time is really unique. And for the citizens of Iowa, I think we really have to understand that this is our greatest opportunity for change. This is the moment in which we decide which direction our state goes. And I was looking at a lot of the messaging that we see around taking care of people. And it's interesting that there's always a large focus on the middle class. We talk about the middle class and how we want to support the middle class. But most of Iowans, actually, the average median or the average income per capita in this state is actually about $10,000 a year less than what the national middle class income would be. And what we've seen during COVID is that the individuals who were putting food on the table for those of us who could quarantine and stay home, right, and could work from home and didn't have to be out during COVID-19 working, and those who were stocking the shelves and those who were working on processing plants, those individuals are the ones who seem to be forgotten as we move forward in this. And I think our focus really has to shift to taking care of people, understanding that our essential workers aren't expendable. And the correlation between those workers being Black and brown people and the way that this virus has had a negative impact on them. And I think it's a real gut check moment for us. I think we really have to stand up and show what are we going to be about. I watched Ryan in his earlier segment, and Ryan and I were close together on some things. I think that we're both kind of in line when it comes to, we believe our challenge going forward is much greater than elected officials. It's much greater than any policy initiative. It's really a gut check for us as individuals to stand up and say, what will we stand for? What will we stand against? And what are we willing to do to improve the quality of life for all people? And for me, that's something that I think I hold dear. Coming from Waterloo, we talked about the logo, and that's a great example of what are we going to stand for going forward. If there is an emblem that is shown to be shown to have negative impact on a large demographic in your town, how can you justify keeping something, right? Keeping a symbol that in its inception was meant to divide, was meant to show a hierarchy, meant to show superiority, right? White supremacy over a large segment of the population. How can you justify keeping that? That's not taking care of people. That's actually ignoring the cries of people. And that's something that we've seen for far too long. So for me, I think our focus has to shift into what it looks like to actually create an inclusive society that does take into consideration the history of a state like Iowa, the history of a county like Black Hawk that does not have really any reference to our indigenous people, and to me, for a state that has so many counties that are named after our indigenous people, and it's appalling to me that we give no acknowledgement. But I think it's not on accident, right? When you acknowledge that exists, now you have to do something about it. It's easy to act ignorant to the issues when you act like they're not there. We've seen policy that pushes towards erasing the things that we don't like to see in our communities. I was talking to someone the other day about how ordinances come up in city councils about panhandling on the medians. And I said, as opposed to us fixing that problem, we'd rather push out an ordinance that says it's illegal so we don't have to see you. Because when we see you, we have to make a decision. When we see somebody panhandling on the median that says, I'm a homeless veteran, we have to make a decision. You're going to reach into your wallet, or you can hold on to that steering wheel and look forward so you don't have to look to your left or right and actually see that person. You don't have to see that human being. You don't have to make a decision about what are you going to do to support that person for who they are. And if we continue to ignore the plight of people, we're going to find ourselves in this cyclical pattern of discrepancy after discrepancy, people being disenfranchised over and over and over again, all because we refuse to actually stand up and do something about that situation. And I think, my frustration level rises and rises and rises because it's like we're refusing to actually acknowledge the real work. And that's hard for me. It's hard for me because I know that we're better than that, and our expectations that we're better than that. But we found so many reasons to divide ourselves. We found so many justifications for ignorance, and we found so many causes that we want to discount because it may not be advantageous. And I think it's time that we say that's enough. That's enough. You can miss me with that noise, because if we don't stand for something better, then we don't have a future. And Black and brown people in this state aren't going anywhere because our indigenous people were here first, right? This state bears their name. And if we can't acknowledge that and start there, if we can't start at the beginning, how do we how do we even fathom building something that's greater than we are now? When you want to build a house, you start with the foundation. And when that foundation is shaky, when that foundation is unsure, you can put that roof on there, but it's going to crumble. You can build all the fancy bedrooms and marble countertops in the kitchen, but at the end of the day, when that storm comes, your home will crumble. Right now, we're seeing our society not addressing the issues in our foundation. So when a pandemic comes across, we shake and we waver, right? When we see unemployment levels increase, we start to shake and waver. When we see divides along racial and socioeconomic lines, we start to waver because we refuse to address the root cause of the symptoms that we deal with every day. And I think most Iowans, most Americans, specifically Black and brown people, but I think we've seen that in our white allies as well, that we're sick and tired of it. And it's time that we have leadership that stands up and is willing to do something about the current situation that most people find themselves in. And I think it's really on us now as people to unite and say that I will do something about this current situation. I will no longer stand idly by when I see racial microaggressions. I will no longer stand quiet when I hear people murmur, right, about that person in the grocery store wearing a hoodie. I will no longer sit in the elevator and clench my purse when a Black man walks in. I will no longer continue to force the Indigenous people to try to reside on a parcel of land that I've decided they can have after they had this entire state before it was colonized. If we all can do that, then tomorrow is much greater. But it's not because we elect any elected officials or any one specific leader. It's because we've all made a gut check to ourselves. We've all made an alliance to each other. We've all kind of read up on our social contract amongst each other that we're going to be better and do better. So for me, that's something I'm really passionate about. It's something that I believe in, but it's also something that I truly, truly believe gets us to the day of a greater promise, the day that we know exists, but we're not there yet. And it's going to take work. It's not going to be easy. But if our allegiance first is to each other as human beings, not to a flag, not to a political party, but to each other as humans, that day will come. So thank you. I'm so happy to be here, and I appreciate the time.
That was so inspiring. Thank you so much, Roz. We sincerely appreciate you taking the time to be here. We know how busy you are. And please continue doing the good work and speaking those great words. That was really inspiring.
No, thank you. Thank you so much for the invitation. I love the work that you all are doing. And please keep pressing forward. We need it. It's necessary in order for us all to find equity. Absolutely.
Thank you. Yes, those were some good words from both Ryan and Roz, and we are at the top of the hour, or the end of the hour, and so I would like to introduce Bitho for another few minutes of some dope beats, and we'll get back to you with some more speakers.
So beyond asphalt militia. Lace up your Timberlands, put your favorite hoodie on. I'ma be low key until all the snow gone. Hibernation, speaking of hypothetical. I do it for the passion, that's why it's so lyrical. Some hear reverse and some say sound biblical. Yeah, I spit like a ritual, but it's not spiritual. Ill individual when I'm off them chemicals. Boscadine, gene infused with gin, botanicals. Rhyme animal indeed, more stamina than thee. Opposition, benchmark set to me. Burn any other rapper that's step to me. Live stream that on the Facebook IG. As the wind blow, cold expect drop degrees. When the moon shine bright, it's my energy sees. If you see me in the streets, then it's time to feast. So don't be alarmed if you ever see my teeth. If you see me in the streets, then it's time to feast. So don't be alarmed if you ever see my teeth.
When the moonlight touches the streets, that'll be the time that you will see me. I'm too low key, and might see my teeth when I feast. I will feast, even raccoons time to eat.
Boscadine, raw cones, no more blunts. Don't smoke tobacco, cleaned out my lungs. Rocky Road ice cream, man, crunch a munch. Might hit a buffet for breakfast or lunch, or eat another rapper if I get the hunch. You acting like the Wire when you really ready bunch. What's up with people these days? Why they gotta stunt? Sometimes you can't home run and you gotta bunt. You
It's 2019. I'm President Trump. I hope he get impeached. He's an overprivileged chump. A lot of people froggy, but they would never jump when they reality start the shit. That's not what they really want. Now chomp and burn it from the back to the front. Burn a little sage so the spirits won't try to hunt. Social media make a lot of people straight up dumb. When they see me in person, they forgot they had a tongue.
When the moonlight touches the streets, that'll be the time that you will see me. I'm too low key, might see my teeth when I feast on my face. Even raccoons kind of eat.
Introverted, perverted, comic book nerdy, mid-30s, do you dirty. If they come against me, scrape the season in and you can come catch a blizzard. Body parts members won't find to end the winter. Lyrical grand wizard up against novice beginners. I ain't gotta even speaking, I'll be grinding winning. I'm taking body mass, scary movie like dinner. When it's time to eat, everything look like dinner. Excuse me, all these rappers go through me. They know I'm the shit when they coming out the booty. Lyrically unruly, statements do nothing to me. Satisfaction in action, no acting, it's not a movie. Here's I call the duty, no video games. Please stay out in the cold, too long you gon' freeze. Bird box on everybody TV screens. The irony, they eyes open, but they still can't see.
When the moonlight touches the streets, that'll be the time that you will see me. I'm too low key, might see my teeth when I feast on my face. Even raccoons kind of eat. When the moonlight touches the streets, that'll be the time that you will see me. I'm too low key, might see my teeth when I feast on my face. Even raccoons kind
We can't chill no more. I spit out the crew and when I'm back, cut me with the 20 blood salute. Since our separation, it's been hard to speak. I've been off the streets, truly I've been hardly me. Now I'm washing beef, trying to keep my pockets deep. Surely grinding, redefining animosity. We'll be together soon we can be in peace. I had to let you go and know that I count the weeks. There's not much in me when there isn't you. They say I had to give you up, so what's a man to do? I miss the way you touch me, just need a hit or two. You held my family down, you always gave me loot, but we can't chill no more. Ask for now we're doing when I'm back, get me with the 20 blood salute. Happiness will be a while, now it can't be long. What we had is strong, we used to hit my body soon as you touched my tongue. I always broke you down and touched you in the blunt. You filled me up, now your breath is all that I want. I'm burning nicotine, but that steam is not enough. But it's like go to jail or sit back and miss your touch. So I'm free and I'm trying to walk without a crutch. Now I see that burn didn't love me much. This thing we used to have was more than physical. I think I'm better off though without you visible. There's not much of me when there isn't you. They say I have to give you up, so what's a man to do? I miss the way you touch me, just need a hit or two. You got my family down, you always gave me loot, but we can't chill no more. As for now we're doing when I'm back, get me with the 20 blood salute. It's hard fighting tears, losing someone you love, but I know she's watching down from the heavens above. Hated feeling separated in my time of need. That's why I counted on my friends and some bomb-ass weed. Never thought for a second when I puffed a split. Tragedy would strike my life on that 125th. It was a Friday, do or die way. When I remember 1996, 1 month before November, I was at a party. My alma mater getting naughty, smoking on cess, drinking on some lime Bacardi. My eyes were innocent to what that night would hold. I come home to check in, my future was told. The telephone rang, I picked it up with a bang. It was my dear mom and she sounded the same. That was sick. She asked for my dad on the double. Not even for a second I assumed that it was trouble. Oh my Lord, how can this be? It gets hard, it gets hard, it gets hard, it gets hard.
All right, everyone. We're back, and my next introduction is Alexandria Flanders, who is from the Winnebago
She got unmute. We were just talking about it too.
Oh, I am unmuted. Hold on.
Well, you know what? Why don't I just take over here while Trish figures out what's going on with her? There's some kind of technical thing happening. So I am super happy to introduce Alexandria Flanders. She's a Winnebago Ogallala Sioux, and she's with Vote Mob, and also a fellow with the Great Plains Action Society. And so it's a real pleasure. She's this badass youth doing really great stuff. And oh, look, we have the same T-shirt. Everybody, let's show them our T-shirt. Yeah,
we're in the same one.
Disrupt, vote, disrupt. So, hello, Alexandra. Thank you for being here.
Thank you. I'm glad to be here.
And make sure you're unmuted.
I think I'm unmuted. Okay. Hinikaragi wina chakshab jinga hingalina. My name is Alexandria Flanders, and I'm enrolled in the Winnebago tribe of Nebraska. My Indian name is Chakshab Jinga, which means Golden Eagle Woman. I'm from the Eagle Clan. Though I am Ho-Chunk, I would also like to put out that I am Sac and Fox in Oglala, Lakota. For most of my life, I have lived on the Winnebago Indian Reservation, which is 20 miles south of Sioux City, Iowa, and 80 miles north of Omaha, Nebraska. I attended school there on the reservation for most of my life at Winnebago Public Schools. From preschool up until my high school graduation, I was there. Although I love being back home on the reservation with my immediate family, it's unfortunate that many Indigenous people's communities are plagued by systemic issues such as poverty, suicide, and substance abuse, which are all repercussions of historical trauma. When I was 16, I was invited to participate in a National Native American Youth Conference out in Washington, D.C., hosted by the United States Department of Housing and Urban Development. Many Indigenous youth from all over the United States were also invited to participate. And while I was there, I was able to meet many people across the country who I now call friends. We were invited to participate in this conference to talk about issues that we faced in Indian country. As the youth spoke about their issues, I realized that these problems that they talked about weren't just the problems that they face, but they were also issues that we all face as Indigenous people. While this conference was taking place, many peaceful protesters and our water protectors were being shot by rubber bullets, sprayed with tear gas, and shown that a harmful pipeline to our environment was more important than their lives. This was also weeks before the presidential election happened, in which I was not old enough to vote in. On the last night of the conference, a lot of youth who were actively participating in the conversations around Native issues gathered and protested on the streets of Washington, D.C. together. And this was the most memorable night of them all for me personally. The trip ended with us going in front of people, Congress people, in front of Capitol Hill, and presenting the systemic issues that we all faced and that we wish would change. Today, not much has changed since I attended the conference. A lot of BIPOC people's voices are being suppressed. And a lot of people are also getting registered to vote and have voted already. This is the first year that I have been able to vote in the presidential election, and I just recently voted by an absentee ballot. For the last few months, I've been doing my best to make sure that people in my life are registered to vote and know where and how to vote. This election taking place in a few days I'm a bit nervous for it because it's a fearful one, and a lot of people's rights could be at stake for this. If you're on the sidelines and don't know who you're voting for yet, I highly encourage you to just go out in general and vote on November 3rd. Do it for yourself, your loved ones. Do it for the ones that come after you, the future generations. Please continue to stay tuned for the rest of this event. And we have some amazing people on the lineup. I'm so grateful to be a part of this, honestly. So please follow Great Plains Action Society if you haven't already. Happy Native American Heritage Month and Pinigi.
Thank you so much, Alexandria. It is awesome that you are here. I'm so happy. Once again, what I want people to do right now is, if you have a couple of minutes, I'm going to introduce my next guest here, who is Tyler Lemire. She's a social influencer, and we are, I don't know if might be having some technical difficulties. So we'll kind of wait until she gets connected again, or until they get connected again. But if we have a couple of minutes here, I want to kind of reach out to people. If you can text your friends, message them, Snapchat them, whatever way that you can, make a social media post a meme, and tag all your friends, but just to basically tell them, go out and go vote, go get registered. You can do it the same day in Iowa, and go vote. I know that we, as Indigenous people, some of us don't really think that voting is something that we participate in because it's not of our ways. But at this point in time, we've seen some of our Indigenous peoples engaged politically, and we've seen some amazing things happen from that. And it's in conjunction with, the grassroots organizations who are doing amazing work too. But we also need those people that are going to be sitting at those tables having the conversation. So, we show up to these marches, we show up to the protest, and, we're making these demands, like Ross said. But we also need people that are going to be able to sit there and have those conversations with the people that make those decisions on their daily, or in their daily lives. So to get engaged politically is not necessarily bad by any means. It's just a different way. I know GPOS, we say infiltrate the system, because that's what we're doing essentially, is we're infiltrating that system, and we're getting our own people in there to do the most that we can. Let me check over and see if Tyler is still coming in here.
We're figuring it out.
Oh, that's okay. All right, right on.
Yeah, she's having some camera issues.
Yeah, and that's another thing too, is during the COVID pandemic, it's very hard to organize. It's very frustrating. So things like this always happen. We're trying to get out to as many people as we can right now, to kind of do our last push of, get out and go vote. So we do run into things like this all the time. Creator is awesome like that, and it's not always going to be perfect. So, we just got to.
Yeah, she's still having some issues.
Okay, that's fine.
So what we can do is we'll have Tyler speak a little later. And Tyler, if you can hear me, I will connect with you. Yeah, we'll move on to our next guest. But yeah, it is really important that actually we overcome the imperialist agenda to divide and conquer. And that is why we wanted to host this particular event, because enough is enough with us working like in our silos, like I like to call them. We need to build bridges and work together, and together we're going to be able to overcome this system that's built on white supremacy, the white heteropatriarchy. We all know that that's very much what this country is built on, like what this foundation is, and that's only going to happen if we work together. So yes, overcoming the imperial agenda to divide and conquer, which means, Black folks, Indigenous folks, Latinx folks, Asian American, Muslim folks, like LGBTQIA folks, I'm a proud queer person, and I know that Iowa was pretty instrumental in allowing same-sex marriage, right? So we just need to make sure that we keep pushing Iowa to do those things. And yeah, I wanted to, why did you go away, Trish? How come you're not there anymore?
I'm here. I'm right here.
Okay.
I'm not sure. Like
I am going to introduce Betho back for a few minutes of some awesome music, and then we're going to get to our next guest. Thank you.
We it's hard fighting tears, losing someone you love, but I know she's watching down from the heavens above. Hated feeling separated in my time of need. That's why I counted on my friends and some bomb-ass weed. Never thought for a second when I pumped the split. Tragedy would strike my life on that 125th. It was a Friday, do or die way. When I remember 1996, 1 month before November, I was at a party. My alma mater getting naughty, smoking on cess, drinking on some lime Bacardi. My eyes were innocent to what that night would hold. I come home to check in, my future was told. The telephone rang, I picked it up with a bang. It was my dear mom, and she shot me the same. That was sick. She had with my dad on the cover. Not even for a sec that I assumed that it was trouble. Oh my Lord, how can this be? Maybe it's hard, it gets hard, it gets hard, it gets hard. But one day we'll be back. My sister and my brother, me and my dad. One day we'll see my mother. One day we'll be back. My sister and my brother, me and my dad. One day we'll see my mother. One day we'll be back. My sister and my brother, me and my dad. One day we'll see my mother. One day we'll be back. God knows that. One day we'll see my mother.
Hello. I would like to introduce our next guest, Tyler Lemire. We had some technical difficulties, but there you are with your awesome headphones. Thank you for being here, Tyler. It's an honor, and we'd love to hear what you have to say.
All right. Hinikarigi. My name is Hunch Piwinga, but my colonized name is Tyler Free Lemire. I was born and raised with the Nebraska Ho-Chunk culture, but I am also Anishinaabe Ojibwe from the Mille Lacs Band of Ojibwe. As of this month, I am 16 years old. I am Native American, Two-Spirit, and gender fluid. My pronouns are they, them, and he, him, and I have been in the world of activism for about 7 years. I've grown up being shown the ropes of how to advocate and educate myself, thanks to my Nani Michelle Free Lemire and my Degakate Frank Lemire. And I am here to share not only my experience growing up in today's society, but also my thoughts and feelings on the world around me and why it is so important to be involved in politics, especially our youth. It is a well-known fact that in today's society, people like me are seen as oppressed in a white, male-dominated, cis-heteronormative society. As a gender-fluid, Two-Spirit Native American, I am in danger every single day. I've been fighting alongside my comrades just so that people like me can exist. Hang on. I think I'm having some issues. Too often than not, things that I was born into and can't change about myself are seen as just some debate or conversation topic rather than my basic human rights. Right now, I'm currently on the verge of losing my right to legal marriage this week, as we speak. And approximately in 41 states, it is legal to use the panic defense as a legal excuse to hurt or kill me solely because of my sexuality or gender identity. My land has been exploited. It is infested with oil pipelines that are poisoning our water, and the government refuses to listen to Indigenous people. Not only when it comes to pipelines, but also broken treaties, healthcare, blood quantum, and many other pressing matters. What pisses me off is that no one is keeping track of the missing and murdered Indigenous women and the Two-Spirit people. In fact, the last approximate statistics were in 2016. Growing up with social media and advancing technology is both a blessing and a curse. We as Generation Z are exposed to all the horrible things going on in the world, all at once, while also having the information to educate ourselves about anything we want, as well as spreading it like wildfire. And although I'm just 16, I am sick and tired of having to shout in the streets again and again and again, because each time it is almost always out of a place of grief. I am in mourning. I am in mourning for my Black relatives dying unjustly at the hands of police officers. I am in mourning for the Indigenous women and girls being stolen. And I am in mourning for every queer person that is attacked without reason. I am in mourning for every kid that feels the need to take their life because they cannot bear to live in the chaos our older generations have catered for us. So I have one question to those who refuse to vote. Why do you see mine and many other people's lives and human rights as disposable? I want you to look around the world around us and tell me that the state our country is in isn't flawed. To be able to choose not to be involved in politics means you're either one, privileged, or two, living in blissful ignorance. Genuine change won't occur until proper action is taken. Everyone says that as the youth, we are destined to lead. But how can we lead in a world on fire, a country in shambles, and and so-called fools as our so-called leaders? It truly boggles my mind on how we can come from one of the most diverse, progressive, and fired-up generations, and yet we have the lowest voter turnout. Although we might not like the system, it is best to work with what we have for now so that we don't have to another Armageddon come this election. So fellow young people, millennial or Gen Z, especially BIPOC, get out, get engaged, and go vote like your rights depend on it, because it does. And now personally, I'm not old enough to vote, but somehow Nebraska sees me as old enough to be able to fully consent to a relationship with a legal adult rather than mature enough to vote. And honestly, that's another thing that I can yell about later. So remember, go out, get engaged, and go vote. I am Tyler Free Lemire, and I will look forward to seeing you stand beside me to help make global change occur.
Thank you, Tyler. Yeah, that was powerful. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Next we have Alejandro, who is a Latin Mexican American, and he's also an immigrants' rights and racial justice advocate. Alejandro, please take the floor. Introduce yourself, pronouns. Yeah, and I'll let you do that.
Thanks, Trisha. So my name is Alejandro Ortiz, he, they pronouns, born and raised here in Iowa. And, you know, we're just a few days away from the election. And of course, this is it's a tough one, right? I mean, it's in terms of like choices and such, doesn't necessarily feel as tough, but it's one where I think we have to think further, think beyond, and think, you know, strategically, right? It's about participating, as even though, you know, we go to the ballot box, we cast our ballot, and then we feel like that's it. We feel like, you know, we're just one in however many votes, and we feel that that's, you know, that's it. I did what I had to do, and maybe it doesn't feel like you're contributing, but I think we have to kind of shift how we think about voting and the purpose. I mean, it's currently the one thing that we can point to and think, this is how I'm participating. This is how I'm engaging. And I think for some folks, it feels like, you know, it's nothing. And then for other folks, they feel like it's everything. Like it's the way to contribute, the only way to participate, and the most important thing. And then, however, we have some folks, and I've even felt in both sides before, of, you know, it doesn't mean anything. Some people might even feel it's rigged, and, you know, in the conditions that we're in, sometimes it's hard to not feel that way. But at the same time, it's probably good to remember that that's largely what how they want us to feel. They want us to feel powerless. And I think that this year really painted a clear picture of how having that power over communities can continue to truly make stuff worse than it needs to be. Thinking just specifically about this year in COVID-19, and how it wasn't truly anything new in the sense of the issues that happened. I think largely what it did was expose how vast it truly is, and what communities are affected when leadership isn't truly representing the voices of the people. And by that I mean, you know, of course, elections. You know, not only should we be participating in with our vote, but we should be identifying those in our communities that can start to fill those roles, as, you know, when we don't have folks making the decisions that are being affected by those decisions, that are truly being affected by those decisions, and we're going to continue on in the way that we have. For instance, when we're talking about COVID-19 again, we know what communities have been most impacted by those decisions. You know, we know what happened in the meatpacking plants, what happened in our Indigenous, and it's still going on again in the meatpacking houses in our Indigenous communities, as well as frontline workers in general. So when we talk about and when we hear folks talking about COVID-19 and you know what folks are willing to give up for the economy, truly what they're saying is who they're willing to give up for the economy. And largely, leadership is willing to make those sacrifices because they know that the implications or essentially the large impact isn't going to affect them. And then on top of that, you know, we think about other disasters, other crises that will inevitably and have already come on top of that. You know, we're talking about essentially the derecho that came and devastated many of our communities, and again, already many of the communities that were already recovering from COVID-19. And again, you know, it's really important to think even past this election. But what this election is really going to help us identify is what type of strategy we're going to have to use. Whether that's going on the offensive or, you know, in some cases feeling like we're truly on the defense. You know, we have a president that, you know, it's Dia de los Muertos, and he decided he's going to make today a day of remembrance, which essentially he's saying it's a day to recognize people killed by illegal aliens, as they like to say. And you know, that continues to prove that this is an administration that is purposely pitting people against each other, that is specifically targeting specific people. And you know, even when we feel like shoot, the alternative sucks too, and you know, but it's you know, there are, you know, very specific current dangers that, you know, we truly have to you know, we have to be able to get rid of, and that could truly, you know, snowball into, I think, something that can become even more dangerous than it clearly already is. But again, you know, we can't one of the biggest fears that I have as well is just complacency. So regardless of how this outcome happens, we can't settle. And again, coming back to, you know, how some folks feel like the election is it, and that they, you know, they put all their eggs in that basket, and that's what they care about. And once, you know, once their person wins, they, you know, they back away, and that's just, unfortunately, we don't have a structure in place that truly allows for that, because regardless of who becomes president, there's going to be very strong powers and influences that are truly going to be continuing to control many of the very important aspects of our lives. And we have to be able to hold our leadership accountable. And if we end at the ballot box, which again is a very important part, then, you know, we become complacent, or we stop to see the issues that are very clear, that have either long existed or that have compounded under this administration. And you know, back to voting, you know, again, when you feel like you're just one person in a vast number, we really have to, you know, bring it back to the community. Community's largely the most, you know, the most important thing that we have. And we have so much influence in who's making decisions within our community. But again, I think because of, understandably, the issues that we're facing with COVID-19, the derecho, and beyond that, folks that are already dealing with so much that is maybe even being more compounded right now, it understandably is tough to continue to be engaged in you know, bigger picture issues when you have things that you have to deal with on your own. But what's you know, what's going to be important is that, again, we stay engaged, we are paying attention to who's making the decisions within our circles, and we're, you know, identifying people or ourselves that can start to fill some of those roles, you know, and that can be, again, from any level of decision making, because again, otherwise the right voices aren't going to be a part of that conversation. As it very clearly has been the case, and again, across the board. You know, we can talk about president, we can talk about governor, our Senate, and so on, but even within our own workplaces, within our unions, within you know, the city council, within you know, even the school board, and so these are things that we can actively engaged in, and those are going to make very clear impacts in our lives, because those are things that we're going to be, that are going to affect our lives on a more day-to-day basis. And it's the place where your voice is going to be heard a lot more. And, as we, and by continuing to be engaged and by paying attention to what decisions are being made at the local level, I think it's going to give you, it's going to help build that power that's going to be needed to start making decisions on a, larger and larger scale. If your city, if your neighborhood, if you're organized, if you're actively engaging in these decisions, then, you're going to have a lot more power that's going to, essentially be impactful also on the national level. And if we're able to start building communities in these ways, and then that's going to also replicate itself on the national level. So then again, once we are holding our leadership accountable, we have these communities that are paying attention and that are noticing what decisions are being made and how they're impacting their community, so they can speak on behalf of their community. And if that community is one that is marginalized, and having that power behind it is going to help the decisions being made in a way that's going to benefit the communities in the way that it should, so that we're not left with folks 3 months out of a major disaster still cleaning up. I'm actually in Cedar Rapids right now, and we're just driving around, you still see the damage from again, a disaster that happened months ago, and you can kind of tell what neighborhoods are have been I guess assisted the most, and that's because we don't have the right folks making those decisions. We don't have the right people that have the knowledge to ask the community what they need. There's a lot of assumptions that are made about what people want and what people need, and again, that's why it really comes down to building that community, so that you have that active dialogue with each other. You're asking the right questions, and you're building power, and you're building confidence in the community by bringing their voices into those conversations. And again, building that community is going to help us start to influence on that national scale, where again, understandably, we feel like we don't have much power. So, again, vote, definitely vote. It's a very direct way where you can influence from the top down. And again, once you do that, then right back into the streets. Like right after that, you cast that vote, we go right back outside to the streets.
Right on, definitely. I'm so glad that you brought that up, because voting is another tool that we can use to kind of disrupt. That's why we have Vote Mob and then GPOS. We've partnered together. Disrupt, vote, disrupt, because it's always an ongoing thing. It's just not go vote and then hopefully things change. Like, you have to be about it too. So I'm so happy that you came on and you talked about that, because it's so important. And Alejandro, we'll be working together on the COVID-19 response here, maybe doing some possible mutual aid work here in Sioux City. So thank you once again, Alejandro. It was amazing. So thank you. My next guest is Letitia McDaniel, and she is an Iowa City organizer. I will let you go ahead and introduce yourselves. Anything. Yep.
Okay. Can you hear me? All right, cool. Hi, my name is Tisha. My pronouns are she, her, hers. I've lived in Iowa for over 8 years. I'm originally from Louisiana, so I'm a transplant from the South. Did a lot of organizing in Texas, especially around LGBTQ equality around the time of Prop 8 in 2008. So I've done a lot of organizing around LGBT stuff. And then when I got to Iowa City, my activism kind of shifted a little bit, and it was definitely having to do with around Mike Brown. And so so it shifted more into police brutality, police policies, those kinds of things. Especially living in the Midwest. I mean, coming from the South and then living in the Midwest, I had this illusion that that things were different here as far as racial issues. That the blatant racism that we have to deal with in the South was not something that I was going to have to deal with in the Midwest. And I was completely wrong about that. And knowing the statistics that as far as 40% of the prison population is people of color, when we only make up about 10% of Iowa. That is a large disparity, racial disparity, as far as our prison population is a large. We have a large disparity when it comes to disproportionate minority contact in Iowa City with the Iowa City PD, and also University of Iowa PD. And that kind of became my focus once I came to Iowa City. And also there are other, because of what is going on with COVID and with our current administration, I feel like that I'm also in survivor mode. So what I'm also doing is trying to organize with other comrades around situations of survival for our people, for other marginalized populations, especially unhoused people. So or people who are dealing with close to being homeless. So that's what kind of got me involved in the tenants union. So I am on the board for the Iowa City Tenants Union, and one of the things that we do is to make sure that we are organizing ourselves as renters around predatory landlords, parasitic landlords that take advantage of people who are renting their first apartments. This is a college town, so a lot of these are people who are, not used to the process of renting and having to deal with a landlord that is trying to take advantage of them and take their money is very common in Iowa City. So we decided, through the Democratic Socialists of America, the Iowa City Tenants Union started through there, and now we are a independent entity of the DSA. And a lot of our work is around receiving complaints from tenants who say that their deposit money has not been refunded, or they're being evicted because they're behind on rent, or there's some kind of issues with mold, or repairs that have been gone for months that need to be done, infestation of insects and roaches and stuff like that. And what we do is we work with tenants, and then we come together with them and come up with solutions as how to deal with the situation with their landlord, whether it's through letter writing, through going through mitigation, through direct action. Those are the things that we deal with as far as deal with with tenants. And we've had plenty of success. We've gotten maybe thousands of dollars back for tenants as far as rent deposits and getting money back for them. And so that's one of the things I'm involved in as far as survival. Also, I'm a part of the Iowa City Mutual Aid fund, mutual aid. And basically we are a collective of people who work together to find out the needs of people in our area in Iowa City and Cedar Rapids. We were part of, the kind of the on the ground situation with the derecho that happened in the Cedar Rapids area, as far as providing food, providing clothing, providing blankets, those kinds of things, tents, trying to find things to help people in immediate need. And now we've kind of focused with winter coming to helping people who are unhoused as far as getting the supplies they need, as far as tents or blankets or mats, socks, winter socks, anything that is needed to get those people through the winter, because currently the city has not opened up a winter shelter for them. So we're just trying, we're in damage mode and survival mode. And also on another official capacity, I'm also on the Community Police Review Board here in Iowa City. We are I think we're actually the only community police review board in Iowa. I know Cedar Rapids is getting one soon, and I'm hoping that Des Moines will be on tap to also do that. And part of my work with the Community Police Review Board is to study, to investigate misconduct within the police department, to try to change policy as far as having to deal with excessive force, with weapons, those kinds of things. So with all this work that's being done in Iowa, we need to make sure that we are having representatives and people inside those buildings that will listen to our issues. And part of that is voting. yes, part of the I mean I was a little reluctant to come on the call today because, or well, on the show today, because I am a very I'm a skeptic of voting, of the political process itself, not of voting, but of the political process. And I've become very disillusioned by the whole entire process and feel like, there's so many obstacles that are put in our way, voter suppression, ways that the politicians try to manipulate us and our vote. And then once they have our vote, then won't see them for another 4 years. So I was very disillusioned about the whole entire system, and especially as someone who's anti-imperialist, anti-colonialist. I want to also want to be a part of dismantling some of these oppressive systems that we are a part of. But I do know that and voting is important, and that we need to have that tally. And that's, for me, is what's important, is that we get the tally of the people that we need to vote, and we have the tally of people that we're going to work with, because we need to know who our enemies are and who are not our enemies and who are our friends. So that's what I feel about as far as voting, that we just knowing that tally, knowing who our enemies are and who are knowing our friends are, is the most important thing now for moving forward, for our own survival.
Right on. I definitely think that was something too that happened with this election, is that a lot of people that you didn't think thought a certain way exposed themselves. So that was something that, now that moving forward, who these people are and you can strategize more effectively. So thank you. I love everything that you just spoke about. Yes, and we will be, I think we're going to be partnering together in the future too as well. I know Christine knows you pretty well. So thank you for coming on. I appreciate it. Thank you. Hi. Hello, this is my sister, and we're gonna kind of switch it up, and we're kind of gonna do like an interview. So Sash, thank you for coming on. If you'd like to introduce yourselves, your pronouns, kind of what your titles are, and yeah.
I don't really have titles. Meat popsicle, I guess. I don't know. Sasha Riverska, Hengarina, Chakshep Yakikarech, Wa Ujina. Ahupiwinga, also my native name, my Ho-Chunk Winnebago name. I go by Sasha Rivers. Pronouns are she, her, her and hers.
Yeah.
I mean, they is fine too. Yeah, it's okay. I grew up in Winnebago until I was about 10, and then moved around, and then spent the majority of my time in Sioux City, and then after that, just kind of moving around all over Tarnation, basically.
Right on, for sure. So currently you reside in Sioux City, is that correct?
That is affirmative.
Affirmative. That's great. So can you talk about some of the issues that kind of within the urban native population that Sioux City deals with, I guess, such as like, there's a high houselessness population, alcoholism. I think we're like 2% of the population here in Sioux City, but we're like the highest in the jail system.
So here's the thing. I know it's horrible to say. I don't really know. I'm not really well informed on the Native issues in Sioux City, but I mean, yeah, I'm Native. All I can talk about is things from my own perspective and from what I can see. Just off the top of my head, from what I experience, there's racism. There's racism that happens. You go on to Sioux City lockup, and it's just all out in the open. Everyone's always attacking the natives for historical trauma reasons, basically, is how I see it. I see a lot of not necessarily homelessness, but alcoholism. A lot of alcoholism. I want to say I want to say also, like, for mental health, I feel like there's a lot of disparities there also, or maybe even access to mental health help. So that's
Right
what
on.
I can see off the top of my head. But I'm kind of a homebody, so I don't really see too much else. And yeah.
No, I mean, you make a valid point, is that, racism is very alive. Some people think that it's not, and they kind of gaslight the situation. But yeah, living here in Sioux City, it's not, I mean, I don't want to like just totally just ram on, Sioux City, but it is here. We have one of the highest urban Native populations, in addition to the immigrant community and the Latinx. So I see, in my day-to-day basis, it's seeing those comments and having to live in that. And then not only that, you put layers on top of it. And then this is why I think it's so important to go out and vote during this election, is just because of the fact that, we have these things going on and we have to do something about it. So I guess my next question would be, why do you think that it is important for people to go vote, especially like in this, like somewhere like in Sioux City, Iowa, of all places?
I mean, overall, in general, I think it's most important to vote because it's getting your voice out there. It's getting your voice heard. I was talking with Mom earlier, and she brought up a kind of she put in a little plug there. She brought up a good point of being like, well, I wonder how long it's been since Indigenous people have had the right to vote or have had the ability to vote. I think we're one of the last people in the United States to be given the right to vote. So I think exercising your vote and your voice is something that we should take advantage of. Also, like I'm sure everyone has said this before already, but I'm gonna say it again too. I know that our choices in this election are kind of not that great, but I feel like, and I really do feel like it is kind of the choosing the lesser of two evils, but at the same time, I think it's also being kind of strategic about it. It's like, okay, well, who's going to be more willing to hear us out when we do come to the table? Because, best believe we're coming to this table. We are going to be there and we are going to be heard. But who's going to be more willing to help lift us and to help boost us when we come?
Right on, definitely. Thank you so much for joining me. I know that you're a busy woman, so I will definitely let you go. But thank you for joining. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Sasha. Yeah, so that was my sister. And so she definitely has kind of just a different perspective, just kind of going about her daily life and seeing things. We both live here in Sioux City, and we do see a lot of racism. I don't know, within these past 4 years, I feel like it's just been out there. Like there's no, like this administration has encouraged it, and I've never seen so much racism, is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah,
so.
he's a special person in Iowa. And I believe that one of the issues for sure is the houseless population. Sioux City, again, we talked about that statistic earlier, is maybe 2% Native American, but the houseless population is 42 to 63% Native American. I mean, that's a pretty astounding rate.
Yeah.
If that doesn't show you the inequity that is occurring there, then I don't know what will. I don't know what will make people, like start realizing that Indigenous people are living in some pretty serious poverty and dealing with some pretty serious issues due to genocide and colonization. It's not like these people are choosing to be this way. They're coming from centuries of violence inflicted upon them, and their culture being taken away from them, and their people being taken away from them. them, people killed, you know, in front of them, their families, you know, disappeared, gone. And so, like, if you think that everything's going to be okay just because all of a sudden we have a vote, and the last to vote, by the way, yes, in the country, you know, you're sadly mistaken. There's a lot of healing to do. And that's why we need to honor the late and great Frank Lemire in that city, because, you know, he's from the Winnebago Nation, and he was doing amazing things to bring Indian health services into that. And maybe you want to talk about that for a minute, Trish.
Yeah, so I know that with Dr. Frank Lemire's vision was to create a space where the houselessness population could have a place to go. It's called Hope Street. And it's basically where anyone can go. I'm not sure what the process is to get into there, but more or less it's a place for the houselessness to go. And I just remember going in there and I seen this, I think it was like a painting or like a rock that was painted, and it said, you're homeless, like homeless, not hopeless. So that kind of just kind of solidified things as far as like Dr. Frank Lemire's work, is that no matter what situation you were in, it didn't matter, because you're still Indigenous, you're still from this land, you still have, you know, your ways and your traditions. It's just sometimes our people are lost in that system. And, you know, putting a pandemic on top of that doesn't help anything. And then obviously, you know, with George Floyd's passing, incongruent to like, not only that, but Zachary Bearhill's passing, you know, that natives and blacks are being killed out here in broad daylight. And, you know, so you put that on top of it.
I don't know about Zachary Bearhill.
Yeah, so that's another thing too, is that Zachary Bearhill's was essentially a Native man who was trying to return home to Oklahoma, I believe. Don't quote me on that, the hometown, but basically he was schizophrenic, he was bipolar, and he was having one of his episodes, and the bus driver on the Greyhound bus had essentially kicked him off of the bus and left him in Omaha, Nebraska. So Zachary was in a place where he didn't know anybody. He was dehydrated. It was hot that day. And he was experiencing a mental, you know, episode.
And he walked 50 blocks.
Yes, he walked quite a few ways before he had met his final hour, basically. So what had happened was that the first police officer that had approached him knew that he was trained, and he knew that that Zachary was going through a mental breakdown. So he gave him some water and just kind of let Zachary go on his way. Well, the next set of officers that showed up basically tased him to death. They beat him, they drug him by his braids, and they basically left him to die. And you know, this was way before George Floyd's passing had occurred. And, you know, it was just kind of like, you know, like we didn't have the response necessarily. And it's not to say, you know, police brutality is just bullshit altogether. But our Zachary Bearhill's, he didn't like the police officers. I think 3 of them got reinstated, 2 with their full-time like pay. The city of Omaha paid out Renita a large amount, but come on now, like no amount of money is going to bring back, you know, your relative, your son, your dad, like he was a father.
It took 3 years. It took 3 years of marching. I mean, so Frank was part of that as well.
Yep.
Helping lead that march.
Yep.
Yeah,
Definitely. He was very.
And it wasn't until this year.
Yeah.
It wasn't until this year that it finally got some attention. Thank you to the Black community, actually, because of that.
Yeah.
Because like we actually have, depending on the year, most years the highest police murder rate. Actually, Native Americans do. Some years it's the Black community, but it's not something that is heard or seen or cared about in mainstream media. Just because I think that to settler descendants, we are still ghosts on the social landscape, and so our issues aren't uplifted. But yet we are going through such major crises. Like we have the highest rate of missing and murdered people in the country. It's a crisis. It's a crisis. Right. But you don't see people put up advertisements on the news when one of our people goes missing. Ever. I mean, I don't see it. I don't, unless it's local, but if there's somebody, if a white girl goes missing, it's everywhere. And the resources that go into finding, this person, are extraordinary. The same thing is not happening within Indian country. The same thing is not happening within, the LGBTQIA community or the Black community or the Latinx community, and right now, Black trans women are under assault. There is a crisis going on with Black trans women as well. So, working together and seeing that all of us are facing a system built on white supremacy is really what we need to do. And voting can help change that. We can indigenize Congress, like I like to say. We can BIPOC Congress. We can change that by getting the right people in there that care about what we care about, that care about equity.
Right. Absolutely. Just to kind of, I just want to touch on one last thing is that we talk about mental health and, we talk about excited delirium. And that was the excuse that the police kind of gave to Zachary Bearhill's. Excited delirium is not a get out of jail free card. I'm just going to end with that.
Yeah, that's legit. So we just have up here, actually, I'm going to remove that if you don't mind, David. I'm going to put up here quickly back to what we've been putting up here, these overlays. So if you can see, you can go to sos.iowa.gov/elections to find your polling station. And then know your voting rights. ACLU Iowa has some amazing voting rights information for students, for felons, for whoever needs it. Also, how to protect yourself at the polls. So yeah, it's a really important issue this year, as we know, because we do know that there are a lot of nationalists, white supremacists, whatever you want to call them, conservatives. I don't know what you would call but they're out, and they're in full force trying to dissuade people from voting. Voter suppression is large and in full force this year. I also want to thank our other folks who have co-hosted, and the Youth Alliance for People's Justice and Vote Mob, and then also all the people that are here today as guests that have agreed to give us some of their valuable time, because I know a lot of these organizers right now are very busy, and they will be busy. And so, let's just, give them some love and check out like their different organizations and whatever it is they're doing, and support them around the state. So next, I'd like to introduce Bitho back. We're going to end the hour with some beats, and we will be back in a few minutes.
What up, everybody? How y'all feeling? We at the halfway point, man. Let me keep you moving and grooving. You know how we do. I am DJ Thozini, aka Bitho. We can get it cracked.
Got a lot of kicking, guillotine for the politicians. War criminals go rot in prison. Millionaires paid not to listen, but you still vote, burn the system. Wanna change, bring the ammunition. Ain't moving with the Panther vision. Dream team, play your position. Pray first, don't doubt your faith. Power moves, don't amount to cake. Don't matter what amount you make. That will never end the occupation. Native land, this is not your nation. And I put it all on creation. Want it all, that include the station. Better report back to base. But we already have the space. This is all time to activate. Only power, time to act your age. Let the lion up out the cage. Next chapter, time to turn the page. Doors wide open, stimulate these runs. Dream don't stop, and awaiting these drums. Flows on tap, and breaking these guns. Moves on map, steady making these runs. Tunes on track, long way for these ones. No disrespect, how to making these sons. Melodies in the kitchen, I'ma make the beat hum. Better pay attention when we make the heat come. I'm growing where the palm trees do. Summer 365. Been keeping up my resolutions just to fucking survive. I'm growing where the palm trees do. Summer 365. Been keeping up my resolutions just to fucking survive. The sun is warming up my skin, but my heart is too cold. Is there any way out of this, or I'm stuck till the morning?
Doors wide open, stimulate these bonds. Dream don't stop and await these drums. Flows on tap and breaking these huns. Moves on map, steady making these bonds. Tunes on track, long wait for these bonds. No disrespect, tired of making these songs. Melodies in the kitchen, I'ma make it beat hum. Better pay attention when we make the heat come.
I'm growing where the palm trees do. Summer 365.
Look, I got my mic. That's
Keeping up my resolutions just to fucking survive. I'm growing where the palm trees do. Summer 365. Keeping up my resolutions just to fucking survive. The sun is warming up my skin, but my heart is too cold. Is there any way out of this, or I'm stuck till the morning?
Oh my goodness. beats on the microphone, it is cooking. Beat that shit, yo, I just took it to the next level. And you like they just killed it. Yes, tightness every time I get down. And I do it, dropping verbs and nouns and the tip beat as to get yo. Understand how we do this shit. Tightness when I'm giving it. Yes, on that microphone, everybody hear what they feeling it.
Has an ill will, hostility, animosity.
It's over your head, it's still under your feet. It's over your head, it's under your feet. Street, the pound of your heart, the way that you think you bleed. You breathe it through life, it's what keeps you distinct. The way that you feel when animosity's on the beat. It's over your head, it's under your feet. Street, the pound of your heart, the way that you think you bleed. You breathe it through life, it's what keeps you distinct. The way that you feel when animosity is forever above and the essential force of love. And the earth beneath is where there never is enough. It's knowledge and wisdom, true characters from enlightened, and I lose a bit of both every time I crack a tighten. Is hell really dark or is it souls without light? 360-degree cipher of wrong can't be right. So righteousness must consist more than sugar and spice. Am I living sin in the world of sin? Praising Christ, should I fall? I read Revelations through a storm. Compared now to then, all my senses been alarmed. When I see dirt, the originator of the ground, I have no choice but to believe that hell was never down. It's spiritual space, everyone has the same face. The core of earth and hell is not the same place. Nature's energy uses continents as its currency. Suns burn, comets collide for a symphony, and swiftly humans destruct in our iniquity. Wars begin when our leaders are thinking wishfully. With the change of guns, alcoholics see fall from vagabonds. Build strong before your time is gone. It's over your head, it's under your feet. Street, the pound of your heart, the way that you think you bleed. You breathe it through life, it's what keeps you distinct. The way that you feel when animosity's on the beat. It's over your head, it's under your feet. Street, the pound of your heart, the way that you think you bleed. You breathe it through life, it's what keeps you distinct. The way that you feel when animosity. The universe recycles, even the paper out of Bibles. From ocean hurricanes to wrecks on motorcycles. Bleed the atmosphere every time we spray some Lysol. This nocturnal land can't tell because it's nightfall. Million men will march just so they can own a rifle. Praise it like a crucifix and even that's an idol. Where I'm from, a freestyle's a hip-hop recital. And now that force affects everything that I do. I relate to all, from European back to tribal. And most cultures can peak as every man wants a title. Man likes to procrastinate till time's vital. Some rats try to conquer the West like they were fightful. Seen a lot of hell through life, you catch your Eiffel. Remember feeling heaven poured out into a haiku. No hope all those kids want to do what might do. End up with their own kids, studying in night school. Temptation to say it, when you're evil, people like you. It sounds out my mouth to beats make them tackle. Never see God Lucifer or Saint Michael. I never see Jesus, but I know the fourth disciple. It's over your head, it's still under your feet. It's still under your feet. It's over your head, it's still under your feet. It's still under your feet. It's over your head, it's under your feet. Down in Steubenville, there's a beautiful girl, a pretty princess wearing diamonds and pearls. Mama's little angel sits on top of the world. Everybody knows about Raven the Lord. Somebody needs a woman, somebody think nobody's looking. Has to be Raven, cause nobody else would do it. You always looking cute with something to say. I swear to God, you're so grown when I watched you play. You read a book and make up every word as you go. I was stepping in the days just watching you blow. We went to the park when you came to my town. You're not scared of much, you had to find that out. Now you're getting up early, going to school, do all of your homework, that's the golden rule. No Hannah Montana or Brat will do, cause none of them girls got nothing on you. Down in Steubenville, there's a beautiful girl, a pretty princess wearing diamonds and pearls. Amber's little angel sits on top of the world. Everybody knows about Raven the Lord. Down in Steubenville, there's a beautiful girl, a pretty princess wearing diamonds and pearls. Amber's little angel sits on top of the world. Everybody knows about Raven the Lord. Go, Raven, go, Raven.
Thank you. Made my day. These little musical interludes are just making me pretty happy, actually. So we can split things up from all the talking to the good music. And I just wanted to say that I think that was some freestyling going on down there by Betho. So that was pretty dope. That was freestyling? Yeah, he's downstairs. Yeah, it was freestyling. So I mean, like, he was talking about the BIPOC vote. So our next guest, Christina Black Cloud, it's such an honor to have you. And I think you need to turn your camera on. There you are.
All right.
Nice to see you. I know you're so busy. So to have you on our show right now is like a real honor. So thank you. And yeah, I'll just let you take it away because I know you're in a hurry. So
So yeah. Hi everyone. Thank you for having me. Thank you, Trish and Christine, for putting this on. It is so important that we make our voice heard through our voting. I'm actually a candidate for House District 72 over here in Iowa. So I've been very focused on getting out the vote. I believe that all of our votes are important. All our issues are the same. And, it's really interesting to see that whether it's BIPOC community or any community, really, we have a lot of the same issues. And that's what I want to be able to bring to the table at the state legislature, is to connect those issues and be able to focus on it. But what it takes is a representative to be able to advocate for those issues, as well as listen to others, respectfully listen to others. So it's very important to get out the vote, make sure you're an informed voter, understand the issues that are being brought up, and be able to voter education is so important. Civic education is important. I know here at our Get Out the Vote, we have a high level of COVID around our area. So we've been pretty much masking up all the time and wearing gloves whenever we get out the vote. So if for some reason that you are have been exposed or in quarantine, you could also contact your auditor's office. So that way they're prepared and they can actually do curbside voting. But if you are feeling super sick and everything, please take all precautions, or maybe just stay home. I don't know. But yeah, so if you if you requested an absentee ballot over here in Iowa and you still have it, do not put it in the mail. I want to stress that. Do not put it in the mail. Actually hand deliver it to the auditor's office. But like working in Indian country, I've served as the executive director for my tribe, the Sac and Fox tribe of the Mississippi in Iowa, and also known as the Meskwaki Nation. And it's very important that we as tribal people get out the vote. Yeah, it helps strengthen our sovereignty if we're able to educate and share our knowledge with others that might not understand it. Sometimes there's legislation that threatens our sovereignty, and I think that whenever we get out and vote and to elect a representative that represent your views, it is a lot easier to not threaten tribal sovereignty. But really, through BIPOC community, we all have a lot of similar issues. We have health issues, we have education issues that we face, racial justice issues. So yeah, I just want to make sure that I came, drop by, say hi. I'm still getting out, dropping lit. I know we depend as candidates, we depend on volunteers quite a bit. So thank you all for all the volunteerism that we're seeing. Very excited to be here. Thank you. I want to say thank you, Christine and Trish, for putting on this amazing event and highlighting, the importance of the BIPOC communities, how important the views are and everything. So yeah, it's very.
Have you seen this happen before in Iowa? Like this kind of event, bringing BIPOC folks together, like around voting issues?
I do not believe so.
I think we're thinking about that. I think we're doing something kind of cool.
I think even like the voter education aspect, I know we could really focus on that. It just like strengthens our democracy if we understand and educate ourselves, take it upon ourselves to educate ourselves about voting, getting out the vote. And I know it's not very, common in Indian country to be voting, but we do need to take that responsibility and, elect representatives that represent our views, our message. So yeah, I'm very excited to be here, and I want to thank you everyone for tuning in. Thank everyone for taking part. Thank you to all the speakers. Thank you to just everything. It's so exciting. We have 2 more days left, and basically, it's on. Hopefully, get.
We need to Indigenous Congress.
Yes. Yes. And even like the idea of like colonialism, people may not understand it. So even then, like electing tribal representatives is very important too. So that way we can educate, explain, and maybe implement some kind of classes for new legislators and everything. Not only just at the state level, at the local level as well, because a lot of the local issues affect us personally. Absolutely. On the ground. Yep. So maybe this overall, maybe we can create something like that, some kind of educational tool to help any person, elected officials or even appointed officials too.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Christina.
Of course, I'm happy to be. I'm like in the car, so
Good
I'm
luck.
I'm in Traer, and we're just finishing
Good
up
luck. And I'm really happy to introduce our next guest, Georgia B. Page. And I am particularly happy about introducing Georgia because she's a youth fellow with Vote Mob, and it's so important to hear our youth speak right now. And thank you so much, Georgia, for being here today. And we'd love to hear what you have to say.
Absolutely, thank you. Can you folks hear me okay? I'm guessing so. But hi, my name's Georgia. I'm a senior at Roosevelt High School, and I'm a fellow with Vote Mob Iowa. I've gotten involved in this work, and I'm passionate about this work because as a Black woman in this election, I understand that not only are my civil rights on the table, but also my reproductive rights. So this election is a big deciding factor for both of those things. And at 17 years old, I'm ineligible to vote during this election. So I want to do anything and everything that I can to contribute to the movement and help encourage people that can vote, particularly young people 18 to 24, to get out to vote as well. So like a couple people before me have discussed, BIPOC communities have had to face and continue to face so many challenges and barriers when it comes to voting, because quite frankly, this isn't a system that was made to serve or benefit us. So of course they're going to try to keep us out. However, I do believe that it is in this election particularly that we take back that power. And that is why I want to take this time to encourage as many young people, particularly young people of color, to get out and vote in this election. For too long, what we've seen is that for young people, and particularly young people of color, people have been trying to convince us that our vote doesn't matter. However, I argue that if our vote truly didn't matter, they wouldn't, and the system wouldn't be trying so hard to convince us not to partake in our civic duty. So I think it really is kind of a showing that our vote truly is our voice in the system. And they're trying to keep us out, and they're going to try to continue to keep us out, but it is our job to work together as a community, try to help tear down those barriers and get involved. And even if you don't feel like this election changes everything for you, which I don't feel like that's a lot of people, but even if you feel as though the outcome of this election doesn't directly affect you as a citizen, I encourage you to vote because there are people that it will affect. And if you don't want to vote for yourself, then vote for the marginalized and disenfranchised people that the outcome of the election will directly impact, and vote for the people that have gotten their ability to vote take it away from them or are unable to participate in voting in this election. So one of the things that we do with Vote Mob, a lot of our work is based on relational organizing. So that means that you're going out to people that you know, because it's been shown statistically that if you hear from somebody that you know or are familiar with, if they tell you to vote, then you're more likely to do it. It's as simple as that. So just with this last little bit of time that I have, I encourage all of you folks to text at least 3 of your peers that you know are eligible to vote, and just remind them that they need to get out to vote. There are so many barriers right now with the pandemic going on, with the issue with absentee ballots, you know, getting out to vote. There's so many more barriers this year. So please just take a couple seconds to text 3 of your peers and remind them that they need to vote. Because, you know, hearing it from somebody, you know, hearing it from one of your friends is so crucial. So be that person to contribute. But thank you all for your time, and I appreciate you all coming out today.
Thank you, Georgia. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, sincerely. Damita Brown. This is, I have to be honest. I'm a little bit biased because this is one of my best friends. And I've been working with Damita for years. And every time I have a conversation with Damita, I sit here, damn, I'm like getting educated all the time when I speak to you. So I'm really excited to have you speak, Damita, and talk to us about your perspectives on things, because I truly feel like you're the one very insightful on this issue and in voting in general and in fighting racial injustice. So welcome to the show.
Thank you, Sakois. And I'm getting used to your native name because I usually just call you Christine, but it is an honor and a pleasure and a duty to be here. I really appreciate the way you bring people together, and you've been doing it for years. And you just break down so many barriers between communities because you talk to everyone, and it inspires me so much. I really love what Christina Black Cloud was saying about linking the issues. I think that hits it on the head as far as getting the vote out right now, getting the vote out in this particular historic election. We're learning so much about bringing our issues together and bringing our power together and looking across to each other. And I really think that's one of the primary lessons that we can take away from the hell that has been these last 4 years and the hell that has been these last 500 years. You know, is that we don't need that master narrative, which has divided us and divided our power. It has kept us from seeing the linkages in those issues. And it has kept us from acknowledging the power that we have when we look across. We know that voting is a necessary evil in some ways because we know we're voting into another old white guy whose running mate is a cop. We know this, and we're going to vote. We're holding space so that we can continue to fight for where the real power is, you know. And as we become the majority in this country, you know, BIPOC is becoming the majority in this country. As we become so, we'll transform those institutions and we'll replace that master narrative with one in which we as people of color are acknowledging each other's power. We can't look to them to do it. We have to look around. So we have to transform that concept of power altogether. Otherwise, we're building on a master narrative. We're building on white supremacist culture. We don't want that. Yes, we're going to vote. I'm going to hold my nose and vote. And I recognize that power comes from looking across and looking around, right? Looking across and looking around. Now, what has kept us ignorant of the fact that Native Americans are dying at higher rates by the police than Black people are? What has kept us from that fact? We're not looking around and lifting each other's up power, right? The same thing that keeps Native people from knowing what the real problems are in the Black community. So as long as we're expecting someone else to do that education, we will be lacking that education, right? But we can do it, right? That's on our plate to do because we're the ones who care most. So we have to look around and lift each other up. And that's where real power is going to come from. It's not going to come from, yes, we got a placeholder in these elections and we're going to get that guy out of there. But it's not going to come from the electoral system itself. It's going to come from the pressure we put on it. It's going to come from what we build in our communities. It's going to come from the awareness we raise about what each other's struggles are. And it's going to come from the way we build movements based on that collective struggle because we know each other's struggles. We respect each other's power. We're not buying into this idea that the border is true. The border is a lie. But every day we validate that border. We're not buying into the lie that English is right. English is a lie. That is how many languages are spoken in this country right now. So why aren't we all bi or trilingual? We're not buying into the lies of language. We're not buying into the lies of borders. We're not buying into the lies of isolation because we know we're suffering from the same stuff. 40 to 90,000 missing and murdered Black women and girls. Who knows about that number? Missing and murdered Indigenous people. Who knows how many? So that ignorance is what we're cutting through when we bring those issues together. You know, and I want to give some praise right now to the water protectors, to the indigenous spirit and strength and power that has come through 500 years of attempted genocide. Didn't work, still here. You know, the attempts though, it should show us this 500 years, we're still here, right? We're still here. Black people are still here. Indigenous people are still here. And that knowledge is still here. And so the water protectors brought that knowledge and they galvanized the world in an extremely important moment of fighting big oil and fighting for Indigenous rights over their sacred spots, but their land period and their way of life, their way of being completely interdependent with the land. There's no separation in Indigenous knowledge with the land, right? So we need that knowledge. All of us need that knowledge, right? We need each other, right? Black people have to find our indigeneity, right? Because and the truth of the matter is, no matter how much people have tried to enslave us, right? You cannot enslave this. You can create a false narrative that looks at us as if we're slaves, but in reality, our resistance narratives and our worldview has always been there. And it's up to us to keep bringing it forward. It's up to us to keep reinventing it like we have done many, many times before. The Indigenous water protectors did it. Black people and civil rights movements from the get-go have done it. And together we're unstoppable. Right? So yes, let's vote, but let's vote for each other. Like the young lady that was just saying, who was just on here, Georgia B. Thank you so much. She's 17 years old. Y'all have no idea what 17 is. Bless her heart. That was kind of ageist, I agree. But bless her heart for the awareness that she's bringing to this conversation. And the organizers of this event did such a tremendous job of not letting intergenerational bias silence young voices. We have to bring that out more and more and more, right? So I'm really grateful. Are you out there, Christine? Come talk to me.
Hey.
Hey, you. I appreciate you so much. And this is so awesome. And I feel really like I just wanted to talk to you a little bit because I feel like this crossroads we're at is such a positive, powerful moment for us to bring our communities together even more so, you know?
Yeah, I mean, and us being here is great because it's actually a reflection of what we're going to be doing together for the next while too.
Yeah, let's go beyond. Let's go beyond this election and realize it's just a point in time. We're not trying to validate electoral power. We know that there's some bullshit in the game, right?
I mean, I'm doing this work because there's so many ways to change the system, right? There's the front lines, there's community organizing, there's, you know, mutual aid, there's all these ways. And then one way, yeah, is to vote, hold your nose and vote, right? I mean, I don't believe in the system. The system hasn't been set up to, you know, to empower, you know, anybody that's not a white land owning male, right? But we can change it. I hope.
I think we're going to replace it. I think if enough people like Christina Black Cloud gets elected, like we have the squad in the House of Reps.
Yeah. And we got Deb Haaland and Treese Davids.
I'm sorry?
And Deb Haaland and Treese Davids.
Yeah, right. Exactly. The two Native American women as well. And also, you know, so we'll keep doing that. But at some point, because of the structure of what they're joining, that structure is going to have to burst at the seams so that something else can replace it. And those people being there can help us replace it with something that's inclusive, that's not a two-party racial capitalist system, that is something based on what that acknowledges sovereignty beyond the white supremacist outlook on things. So yes, and I know my time is coming up here, and I appreciate being able to get on here and talk to you. And I love you so much, Sequoias.
And you can listen to me and Demita talk on Tuesday morning, 8 o'clock.
That's right. We'll be on WORT-FM here in Madison, and Christine is becoming a a station broadcaster once a month on this Tuesday 8 o'clock buzz on WORT-FM. So welcome aboard, Christine, and you guys keep up the good work here on this fantastic BIPOC the Vote. It's amazing. Thank you for having me.
Thank you, Demita. And I've been looking forward to introducing our next guest, MC Animosity, who is going to be coming on to spit some lyrics, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Rapping?
Yes.
It's such an honor to have you. And you will be, I think, performing from your home in Corville. So
yes,
that's we got some local Corville, Iowa City folks here to represent. So thank you, and take it away.
Man, I just definitely want to. I only got 10 minutes, but all you ladies were dropping some awesome facts. It was, politics can be so discouraging sometimes when you think about the history. But I agree with 100% of what y'all saying, and definitely encouraging me. Maybe I should do more besides just vote. I looked up the BIPOC thing, so I'm gonna do a couple of songs to bless, and definitely get out and vote. Again, it's discouraging when you think about the system and everything, but all we can do is vote. All we can do is vote, and what I'm saying, and try to be active out there. So I'm gonna do a couple of songs I did with my band, the Uniphonics. I'm MC Animosity. Big shout out to my boy Betho for even considering me. I'm gonna do some hip hop for y'all. Peace and love. It's gonna be the the song called Truth Be Told. MC Animosity. Check it. Yo. It's been real, that's what this girl tells me. We don't speak often, but often it's the same thing. Life is real, understand real. So many people seeking and solely breathing to feel. Nothing is impossible, so why question still? What's deeper than emotion and truer than physical? We all got it. Keep adding your twists and finally tune all your God-given instruments. And every day I think things won't change, but we can never go back, and it'll never be the same. And it'll never be the same. And it can never be the same. Is this what it's supposed to be? So far from the ones close to me. Is this what it's supposed to be? I'm so far from the ones close to me. Is this what it's supposed to be? I'm so far from the ones close to me. Is this what it's supposed to be? I'm so far. Let's go. Yo, truth be told, just my mind grow. Some come and go, sometimes it's so slow. You can see it too, we're looking back at the world. Lay down your addiction and get yours. Truth be told, just my mind grow. Some come and go, sometimes it's so slow. You can see it too, we're looking back at the world. Lay down your addiction and get yours. Truth be told, just my mind grow. Some come and go, sometimes it's so slow. You can see it too, we're looking back at the world. Lay down your addiction and get yours. Get yours. Lay down your addiction and get yours. Yeah. Real hip hop up in here one time. Peace and love. Yo. Live for the future. It's so right now, even when we stop, time cannot slow down, more or less. Every breath giving me strength, giving my passion to people. That's why I exist. Like lyrics about family, songs about love, jealousy, envy, and battling drugs. Top lock, pop rock, windmill freeze. First it was DJ, second was MCs. Tag another train and give it back to the culture. Put your heart in, that way we'll move forward. Make what you do you, so at least we connect. Full effect, give respect, hip hop ain't dead yet. So I rhyme all the time, just stay in my mind. I don't hate pop music, it's just not like mine. So I write, memorize, then I'm rocking the show. Hopefully, y'all, my words help someone grow, help someone dance, and help someone spit, help someone do graffiti, help someone, and every day I think things won't change, but we can never go back and it'll never be the same. Is this what it's supposed to be? I'm so far from the ones close to me. Is this what it's supposed to be? I'm so far from the ones close to me. Is this what it's supposed to be? Shout out to everybody out there doing the groundwork. Don't be discouraged. Y'all giving me inspiration. Is this what it's supposed to be? I'm so far from the ones close to me. We stand up. Is this what it's supposed to be? I'm so far from the ones close to me. We stand up. Is this what it's supposed to be? I'm so far from the ones close to me. We stand up. Is this what it's supposed to be? So far. Let's go. Let's go. Truth be told, just my mind grow. Some come and go. Sometimes it's so slow. You can see it too. We're looking back at the world. Lay down your addiction and get yours. Truth be told, just my mind grow. Some come and go, sometimes it's so slow. You can see it too, we're looking back at the world. Lay down your addiction and get yours. Truth be told, just my mind grow. Some come and go, sometimes it's so slow. You can see it too, we're looking back at the world. Lay down your addiction and get yours. Get yours. Lay down your addiction and get yours. A&M in here one time. Shout out to Beat though. You know what it is. Iowa City, we out here, real MCs. It's been real, that's what this girl tells me. We don't speak often, but often it's the same thing. Life is real, understand real. So many people seeking it, solely breathing the feel. Nothing is impossible, so I question still. What's deeper than emotion and truer than physical? We all got it. Keep adding your twist. Finally tune all your God-given instruments. And every day I think things won't change, but we can never go back and it'll never be the same. And it'll never be the same. And it can never be the same. Is this what it's supposed to be? So far from the ones close to me. Is this what it's supposed to be? So far from the ones close to me. Is this what it's supposed to be? So far from the ones close to me. Is this what it's supposed to be? So far. Truth be told, just my mind grow. Some come and go, sometimes it's so slow. You can see it too, we're looking back at the world. It gets yours, truth be told, just my mind grow. Some come and go, sometimes it's so slow. You can see it too, we're looking back at the world. Lay down your addiction and get yours. Truth be told, just my mind grow. Some come and go, sometimes it's so slow. You can see it too, we're looking back at the world. Lay down your addiction and get yours. Get yours. Lay down your addiction and get yours. Yes. So that was Truth Be Told. Peace and love. Again, so much positive energy from those ladies speaking. I would love to speak to that lady, Dr. Danita Brown. I'm going to try to get mine. I would love to build with you sometimes. You was dropping some facts, some jewels, and positive information. You're muted. I can't hear you.
I'm with you anytime. You want to collaborate on anything, let's do it. I love your energy and the way you spit those rhymes, man. That was beautiful. Beautiful. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
I just added Demita there so you could actually say something to her.
Yeah,
absolutely. Lay your addiction down and get yours. Lay your addiction down and get yours.
Real.
I want to hear your next song. Woo!
Yes, yes. I got one more I'll do for you. I got one more, and I think you'll enjoy it. I try to do a lot of positive music. You know, like I said, I consider myself MC Animosity, and hip hop. It's a weird thing about hip hop because hip hop is a horror story. Often talking about a bad situation. So you really can't expect it to end good when you watch a horror story. So it's like a lot of hip hop is going to be negative because it's talking about a negative situation. So the idea of doing positive hip hop is just like it's a connection when you put love into it. You know, hip hop, it comes from a Grammy place, and like the world is a Grammy place, and there's not always love there. So infusing love into that, infusing love is what I try to do. I do have some Animosity songs that are, you know, whatever, you know, more Grammy, but I'm definitely trying to give y'all some of the positive energy. This next song is Jump High. Yeah. Yo. Yeah. Shout out to my producer, Enoch Root. I have so many great producers who've given me instrumentals to rock to help me become MC Animosity. Thank you for all the people who give me love. Yo. And life has got you exhausted, but you can't give up on yourself. Oh, you must jump high. Get up vertically, son. Rise to the occasion. There are brothers starving everywhere. Caucasian to Asian, you must put it on the line. Every day it's a risk. Some do it for the money and others for their kids. At any rate, all competition is real. And when most fall off, they rob, steal, and kill. And it's a long shot. You got to keep your faith. Keep it real with yourself. Have selective taste. Where you at right now ain't where you want to be. Build a foundation. Maybe the world to see that you put time and effort into being MC. To unlock prosperity, use your mind as a key. Your heart tells you right from wrong through the trials you live. If you want to receive, first you gotta give. Be the truth to yourself, you can't lie. And if you want it all, you're gonna have to jump high. And life has got you exhausted, but you can't give up on yourself. Oh, you must jump. Now to all the young ladies who are a Mercedes, your mind must be right, just stop living like the 80s. Harder now than ever, cause we're living in the last. We losing a chance when we let one day pass. I wish it was easy, but then everyone could do it. I hate defeat and hearing people say they knew it. We tear ourselves down. You can't tell who's a friend, and even family acts up sometimes in the end. More like the story of life that gets bigger every day. I talk to myself until there's nothing more to say. Be careful with life. Keep your goals up high. When you're done all you can, give it one more try. Purify your soul, your body and your mind. Be ready for tests anywhere, anytime. Don't be ashamed of pain. Don't hold tears, cry, but never give up. Dig deep and jump high. And life has got you exhausted, but you can't give up on yourself. Oh, you must jump. I see myself falling at time, resort to crime. See my people trying to get theirs, but where is mine? I need to sacrifice a little more around my life. And when I do good, I recognize it feels right. I'm not a punk, but I don't got a car with mad beats in the trunk. I'm always on the bus, no retribution. But if I think negative, comes negative solutions, and it can't get the best of me. My energy has destiny. I keep my eyes on strangers and friends especially. I'm thinking life got me exhausted. Thought I lost it. Now people knowing the stuff the animals did. But why? Was I once chosen? Who am I? All my righteous doors open up when I cry. I'm just a young guy without a suit and a tie. Guarantees a piece of the pie if I jump high. And life has got you exhausted, but you can't give up on yourself. Oh, you must jump high and life has got you exhausted, but you can't give up. No, and life has got you exhausted, but you can't give up. No, and life has got you exhausted, but you can't give up. No, 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 no. Where y'all at? I see y'all. Life has got you exhausted, but you can't give up. No. And life has got you exhausted, but you can't give up. No. And life has got you exhausted, but you can't give up. No. Peace and love. I see y'all. Be strong. Come on. Your life has got you exhausted. Here's the animosity. Peace and love. Give up on yourself. Oh, you must jump high. Life got you exhausted.
Come on, go, people.
Hey, give up on yourself. Oh, you gotta jump high.
Life has got you exhausted. Peace and love. Peace and love. I'm so blessed. I'm so humble. Thank you for your energy, for considering me. I definitely voted. I definitely encourage people to vote too. Peace and love.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you so much. That was amazing. That was really good. That actually put the biggest smile on my face today, just because it was so happy. And to see that positivity during times like this, when we're facing such serious issues, is kind of unique. So thank you. Yeah, I'd like to welcome our next guest, Danielle Wanati, who is just this badass. I don't know how to talk about Danielle and the work she's been doing in the state for years to protect the land, the water, and so many other things, fighting social injustice, on and off the Meskwaki settlement, all over, the country, actually. So Danielle, it's such an honor to have you today. And get some education.
I don't think we can hear you, Danielle. I don't know if you might have Bluetooth on too. I know that's a huge thing. So
you might have to keep the earphones off.
That too.
Okay. Can you hear me
Yes.
now?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Well, I just wanted to, I don't know, talk about why it's important to vote, really. I mean, it's not just a presidential election, but it's your local elections. Over here on the Meskwaki settlement, we have a Meskwaki woman who is going for a seat in House of Representatives, seat 72. Her name is Christina Blackcloud. And it's really important to get involved in these kind of elections, not just at a local level, but also at a state level. We have to have a seat at all of these tables and all of these conversations. It's important because we still matter in the state. In the state of Iowa, we have roughly 13,000 Native Americans in the state of Iowa. And it's important that we keep everybody at the forefront of this conversation. My dad is a big Democrat. He's now 87 years old. He's done a lot of things for the Democratic Party. He ran back in, I believe that was 2000 or 2004. He lost by 4,000 votes, but he only had 4 months to run. I mean, that took a big step to put yourself out there as a Meskwaki person, just like Christina Blackcloud is doing. It takes a lot, but you have to remember that you have to stand up for your own convictions. You have to vote for what you believe in. And some of these votes matter for the younger generation. There are 18, 17, 16-year-olds that probably can't vote, and they're really watching what's happening in this election, even the younger kids, like 10 years old, 11 years old. They're paying attention to everything because it's out there. Everybody's woke. It's a good thing now. Everybody's paying attention. But we have to understand that come February, whoever's inaugurated, whoever the president is, we're going to still have to work together to get some issues passed and to have these conversations to keep going. We're not done talking about it, but we do have to have a civil conversation and be able to care about each other, even if they are Democrat or Republican or independent. We're all human beings and this all matters. Something I would like to see is in the whole United States, in the US education system, for the proper history and the truth of the history of how this land came to be is told and taught in all schools, coming from a standpoint of truth, because I think the kids deserve the truth today as much as what's going on and what they see on television and social media. I think we owe it to them, just like our ancestors and our elders stood up and protested in the 60s. They cleared the way for us to do some of the stuff that we do now. I'm grateful for that. And we have to think that the future generations need us to decide how to go forward together. We are capable of doing it. We can do it. I mean, it's just, are we going to try? I've never known Americans to ever give up or to stop trying. We're resilient. And that's how come Indigenous people need to be shown more in a light of we're all human beings. Because the further back into your history you can look, the farther into your future you can see. And we're at a turning point now in our communities, in our societies. It's a good thing. Now, which way are we going to take it? Either way, a rising tide raises all ships, and that's what we're trying to do. It's a hard work. It's sometimes thankless. You don't get a lot of thanks or, but it's not about me. It's about all of us. And I have 2 grandkids now. And so that's who matters to me. On the Meskwaki settlement, we have felons, and my son is registered. He's an ex-felon, and he's going to vote this year for the first time. I'm very excited about that. He has a daughter, and so these votes matter. It doesn't matter, if you vote Democrat, Republican, Independent, just get out and vote. I mean, we have to start believing that all of this matters. And we've never known any borders, any walls, or anything like that. And as Indigenous people, through these whole continents of America, South America, Mexico, United States, and Canada, we're all Indigenous here. We just come from different nations, but we're all related somehow as human beings and women. So as long as we can take care of each other and our kids, eventually things will work out. But I don't know. I have hope for the future. I think it's going to go good no matter who's in office, but hopefully Biden goes in. That's my prayer. I'm praying. I mean, I do a lot of work, and right now I am helping the Democratic Party and making sure that all the ballots are okay and counted. So those kind of things are how you can help in some way, and it's important. Those kind of things are important, just to monitor, see what's going on, and advocate for your people and your communities. So I don't know what else to say.
No, man, you said it all. You say, and you always say it in such a powerful way. So thank you. Yeah, your powerful voice is really I've heard you speak so many times over the years, and I'm always in awe every time. So
well, I kind of get it from my mom and dad. I mean, I had no choice, really.
right. That's what I say. You know, our ancestors are the ones that put us on this path.
Yeah.
So it comes from more than just like, you know, a current want. It's like, you know, they're telling us to do this.
You have to remember, you're here because all your ancestors have gone before you, and so you have to be grateful, because if they weren't all here, you weren't allowed to be here today doing what you're doing. And so we all have a purpose, and we all have a voice. So, and we're all sisters, I think so.
And coincidentally, here we have another Meskwaki person, Keely Driscoll. Thank you so much, by the way, Danielle. A Meskwaki youth who I am proud to say I've been working with for a couple of years now, right? Yeah, and you have to turn on your mic, by the way. And Keely is also a fellow as well, a youth fellow with Vote Mob. And so it's an honor to have you here today. Keely and I are working together these past few weeks, trying to just hand out stuff to people, right? Like voter PPE kits, T-shirts, sweaters, signs.
Getting out the vote.
Yeah, and we're getting out the vote, obviously. I will let you take it from here, Keely, and let you introduce yourself and tell us, you know, what issues are important to you here in Iowa.
Thank you so much. Ho Jagimawakwanetishis. My name is Keely Driscoll. I'm a descendant of the Meskwaki tribe with ties to the Winnebago tribe of Nebraska. I'm from Tama, Iowa, and right now I'm attending the University of Iowa. I'm so thankful that all my classes have been online with the pandemic, but I've also been able to work with Vote Mob as a fellow. And so first and foremost, I just want to say thank you to the organizations that work so hard to put this event together today, because it means a lot to the youth. You know, I personally am a first-time voter and a youth, so that's what I can kind of speak from. And I've worked with Great Plains Action Society and Vote Mob these past few months and these past few days, and they've really supported me in trying to get out the vote in Iowa. Because, you know, this event is super unique. You know, this is a space where we not only can discuss freely, but we can educate ourselves and others, because, you know, our realities and our stakes in this election are removed from a lot of other spaces. We're disallowed in a lot of spaces. And I think, thank you so much, Danielle, for speaking. I feel so humbled to be able to speak after you. I'm just, thank you for everything you were saying, and I completely agree. You know, the educational system isn't doing its job right now, and it's not coincidental that history is left out, Native history specifically, BIPOC realities, BIPOC histories. And so my mother, Leah Slick Driscoll, she is a teacher at the Meskwaki Settlement School, and she teaches history, and I am so thankful to have learned from her what the power of education, and how you know, if we want change in this country, it has to come, and it has to be engraved in our educational system. You know, we have to put our faith in what we teach our youth, and we have to, you know, start putting our faith in youth. I think, you know, the youth of this nation are we have the most resources to education, social media. We're capable, and we're capable of expressing what's going on right now, and we're
we're capable of expressing what we want in our future. And I think that's why the youth vote matters so much, because we hold such stakes, you know, in what happens these next few years in regards to climate change, in regards to so many things that this election could be a pivotal point in. And so it's a reality that the current administration, you know, they don't have a stake in our future. And we need to start standing up and voicing our concerns and using our vote towards what we need to survive in our futures, what we need for our future generations, and how we can better our community, how we can speak for our community. Because, you know, the educational system hasn't served us for a long time, and it's never going to until we make it. None of these changes are going to happen on their own. You know, our right to vote, you know, that took so much work. And I personally am not going to disrespect any of that work. And I'm going to take full advantage personally and use my vote. And I encourage everyone to do the same. And so being a youth in Iowa, I have so much faith in this upcoming election because we're already breaking records for early voting. So please just, if you can, take some time this November 3rd, even if you've already voted, and reach out to your friends and ask them what their voter plan is. And, you know, let's get out the vote this year. Thank you.
Thank you, Keely. I am sincerely, like, very proud of what Keely's achieved in such a short period of time.
Yes.
You know, I've seen Keely do a lot in just the last couple of years and learn a lot. And I'm really on this path because we need some powerful Native youth right now to step up and keep the baton going, right?
Yes, for sure. Absolutely. Well, I mean, that's just a lot. I mean, we're like at this point where I'm like, man, there's so many things that we've talked about, and you know, I can't stress it enough just to go out and go vote. I mean, this is what we're all here for. But not only that, but extending the you know, partnerships beyond that. I think that's where we're going to be the strongest, is strategizing for the future, making those connections. I'm so glad, like, I got to make these connections to other people too as well, and that we're all on this together, because I think we've definitely made some partnerships just by doing this, even in COVID. So yeah,
and I thought I would take a moment to say thank you to I want to say thank you to Jessica Engelking, who you can't see but is behind the scenes right now, saying you know, responding to all the comments, greeting all of our guests in the comments, you know. And she's one of our, don't put Jess on, Dave.
Yeah, she's
not put on today. But and she's part of our collective, our Great Plains Action Society collective, which consists of like the you know, the main crew here, which is you know, Trish, myself, Jessica Engelking, and Ronnie Free. And then we have, like, you know, an extended crew, like in other like Lance Foster, who is one of my mentors and kind of a hero to me, who is the historic preservation officer of the Iowa Nation. And also, you know, Mahmoud Fatil, who's been fighting like KXL like crazy.
Yeah.
And Alexandria, who was already speaking, and who I just, like, every time she speaks, I'm like, wow, how does somebody that young like know that much?
Yeah.
So, and then I, like always, I always say Danielle's part of our crew. Just I kind of make her be part of it.
She's already, she doesn't get a choice now.
Am I missing somebody? I feel like I'm missing somebody. But anyways, I also want to give a special shout out to David Marr, who is our technician behind the scenes today, who has been the person like magically making us all appear and disappear, and who has put a significant amount of work into this, and who's not even in Iowa, is actually in California, and is working with Walk the Walk, an organization that's trying to pair volunteers with organizations doing work right now to get out the vote. So David, thank you so much. It means a lot that you're doing this, and without you, we couldn't make this happen. So I just think that's really important. And yeah, I'm going to stop talking for a sec here. So you might want to say something, Trish. And I'm going to put up an overlay while you talk. So don't.
Oh, for sure, for sure. I just want to encourage, once again, people to do right now, since we have this little bit of time, to go through your contacts, text people, message them, Snapchat them, TikTok dance them, whatever you have to do to get the vote out, because it's so important. You know, this is quite an important election. Not to say that any other isn't, but this is definitely one where we need to have our numbers all there. It's very important. Thank you to all our co-hosts. So Vote Mob, Yap J, anybody else that, you know, that's speaking, that's performing, that has shared this event out. It's so important. And, you know, especially during the COVID-19 pandemic, where we can't just come together. You know, we can't have these big rallies, so to speak, but we can digitally. So this is kind of our version of doing that. And I think it's going pretty well. So
it is. And I think we are at the top of the hour. So it's time to bring back Betho and some good beats.
I'm not done yet, still got one left, just from my strength, just one last breath. Now I can rest on my throne, yes. Mama's proud, watching her son sit, and I'm not done yet, still got one left, just from my strength, just one last breath. Now I can rest on my throne, yes. Mama's proud, watching her son sit. I see mountains tower in front of me. I ride wind, rise over top of trees. No animosity, nobody crossing me. Finally I can be, finally I am free. No longer questions, soul confessions. Just perfectness leaves me breathless. I feel so close on my own ghost. Good and bad both, at both. Sight with no scope, just a pure hope. I for sure float, more like shore home. Far from footholds, I lost love twice. Walked away once, now without blunts. That's a hard punch, a sober enemy. Just solar energy is my only recipe, with eyes on my destiny. The morning sunrise only desires me. I'm the fallen star without a galaxy. I'm far from greatness, close to shameless. Here's my wonder wall, my oasis. I thought my love was so strong. I was so wrong, now it's all gone, but I'm not done yet. And I'm not done yet. I'm not done yet. Still got one left, just from my strength, just one last breath. Now I can rest on my throne, yes. Mama's proud, watching her sunset. Just one question, what's the essence of writing a song just to ride in the Lexus? I walk the back roads, creep on concrete, dream but don't sleep, feast but don't eat. I'm hunger striking, all the lifeless trifling, who pollute like devices. Mr. No Soul was back to foreclose. I spill the young blood to lift up the chokehold. I watch the sun rise into high sky. I don't look down the back cause I might fly. I know wounds heal, scars are forever. The heart is a treasure, and love is my pleasure. And life's like a game, but losing is a pain. Losing's flame, and you can use it to sustain through the hard times. While you're out and down, nothing stays gone. Once you've lost, you found all you ever need. Plus the remedy, cause what happens
So we got word up, it's been a minute. I started, so I gotta finish. Had a show that got canceled, SummerSlam cracking, so we still winning. My team, we up in it. My freestyle better than your written. You writing a hot verse like you making a life decision. Paint pictures, my flow Van Gogh. Abstract, cause that's how I roll. Dance on tracks like Janet, my pleasure. Principle, show control. Set trends, not set my ways. Don't follow trails, I trailblaze. Rappers be stuck on bands when they flow sound lackadays. I do my show to show off my craft. At the same time, put some niggas on. Dudes be thinking they superstars when they don't even know how to make a song. You know, just speak the truth. You know how I do. Most people talk about you, but won't say nothing when you come through. Fake as fuck, just face it, bruh. Facebook can't make you tough. Messages that's subliminal, no genitals. For real, that's nuts. Y'all flow, peanuts. Funny like that cartoon. My flow bring all the joy, that's donuts like cashews. And don't bring up
up battling fool, cause really that ain't what I do. Still take the heart of a battle rapper, similar to Scorpion's harpoon. These new MCs did the template, please do he too fake. Every song sound like Wiz, J. Cole, Big, China Dre. Rhyming skills at a high capacity, won't hit the Reggie. I'm good out past that smoker school. My bold and green, that vodka then gotta make it last. Always been an innovator, never been an imitator. Everybody want what you got, but don't want to put in the labor. Still, I will wait till later. That taste is not my flavor. Keep doing what you do, and if it works for you, then baby, asphalt train still moving on, choo choo. You can hear us coming. Your girl conducting trains, choo choo. On the low, she running. I ain't got a lot to kick it. My feet still on the ground. Monkey see, monkey do. They gotta follow somebody around. You know I got a clown. Horseplay, don't monkey around. Finna move from Iowa City right now. This is my playground. My flow, them monkey bars don't get caught up in my jungle gym. Hit the lick, then slide on you, then merry around.
Oh, I thought it was time.
Amongst friends, though, about to say, monkey see, monkey do, when everything starts looking the same, then it's time for me to do something new.
They show out, trying to be opposite of the usual. All eyes on my moves. Monkey see, monkey do, monkey see, monkey do, monkey see, monkey do. All eyes on my moves. Monkey see, monkey do. They show out, I show prove. Opposite of the usual. All eyes on my moves. Monkey see, monkey do, monkey see, monkey do, monkey see, monkey do. All eyes on my moves. Monkey see, monkey do. They show out, I show prove. Opposite of the usual. All eyes on my moves. Monkey see, monkey do. They show out, I show approve. Opposite of the usual. All eyes on my moves. Monkey see, monkey do. Monkey explosive. Go.
Keep your head high, thorns kids prevail. From big duck down to us, just hustlers here. Before I left, what you said still rings in my ear. Cause the last thing you said was don't go.
Nice.
Hello.
Thank you, Bitho. You probably heard me in the background say, keep going, because like I wanted to hear more. And we have Paul with us right now. Hello, Paul.
Hello. It's so great to be here.
Yes, it's an honor to have you. The stuff you do in Iowa City and around the state is amazing. I know you and Audrey never stop, so thank you so much for being here.
You are way too kind. My name is Paul Lee. I am part of the Iowa City Democratic Socialists of America. We are the largest socialist organization in the United States with over 70,000 members. I'm extremely humbled to be here. The performers and speakers here are amazing. I don't think I should be even on the same tier as them, but here I am. I just guess I want to talk about a little bit about why voting is important to me and what I hope to see post-election. Iowa is seen, or representation really matters in Iowa because Iowa is seen as such a white state with white people, white issues, and white problems. We often see, or what the truth is that BIPOC folks are the people who are the most marginalized and most underrepresented. We can see that in how Iowa has one of the highest disproportionate minority contact with police. We can see that in our meatpacking plants, which has a large Hispanic and Latino working force, and how they aren't able to get safe working conditions, all for this unsustainable, unethical meat consumption complex that we have in this country. We can see that with the murdered and missing Indigenous women and the complete lack of response from the state to bring any justice to that issue, right? Voting is a simple way for us to show white folks in Iowa that we are here, that we've always been here, and that we'll continue to be here. So with that said, typically I don't like too many get out the vote events, but this event is different and special. I really like that, and that's why I'm here. With a lot of get out the vote events, it feels like that voting is the end-all be-all political activism in this country. But for me, voting is the precursor. It is setting the stage for our next fight, right? That's why, yes, go out and vote. Yes, get your friends to go and vote. But after that, be prepared to fight because this system, as other speakers have said so elegantly, this system is built by and for a white supremacist, patriarchal, colonial power. And we are not going to be able to simply vote them out, right? We can set the stage in our favor, but it's going to take all of us, a community. We need to build bridges. We need solidarity, right? And that's what socialism is all about, is building that social, that people power. You know, we have the power. And so I implore everyone here to reach out to the speakers, to the reps, to the organizations they're representing, build those bridges, because that is how we are going to be able to build a better world. I am so honored to be here. I am excited to see the rest of the speakers and performers. This is such a great event. Thank you, Christina, so much. Thank you, Trisha, for inviting me here.
Thank you so much, Paul. And if you guys don't recognize him, he's also in our ad. So I just want to put that in there.
Yeah, the photo was nice. I never felt so official. Thank you so much for that.
For sure, for sure. Thank you, Paul. I appreciate it. Next up, we have Keely Purcell, who is from the Winnebago tribe of Nebraska. If we can, is your video on, Keely?
It should be.
Oh, that's weird. Okay, we're having some technical difficulties.
I can see you, Trish, but I can't see me when.
Yeah.
Then my video went away.
Huh, that's, let's see if we can figure that out.
I think maybe you might have to log out and log back in.
Okay.
Yeah.
But we can talk while you do that, so not a big deal.
Okay. That's why we're MCing.
Right, that's why we're here. So yeah, so Keely Purcell is from my tribe, Winnebago tribe of Nebraska, and she has done a lot of like activism. She's really engaged. This is the person that you can go to, and she knows, you know, if she doesn't know the answer, she's going to let you know. So
Keely,
go ahead. Yes, go ahead. Take it away. Introduce yourself. And then, yeah.
Okay. Hi, everybody. I am Keely Purcell. I'm a member of the Winnebago tribe of Nebraska. Coming to you live from my daughter's bedroom in Nevada, Iowa. And just wanted to really start out saying thank you to Christine and to Trish, to, oh my gosh, all their interns, all the speakers that we've had today. I've watched almost the whole thing, and it's been really exciting and really inspiring and important to hear. These are things that people need to hear. One of the themes, and I don't know if this was a theme, but what I saw going through this whole event was really talking about building bridges, about the communities coming together, that we have shared concerns and shared needs, wants, and desires for all of us, for everybody that's voting in Iowa and really just across Turtle Island. So I appreciate all the hard work that went into this event. Oh my gosh, loved just what everybody really had to say. The first thing that really struck me was the speaker that said, your issues are my issues, and my issues are your issues, you know, and I kind of alluded to that, but it's important. It really is what it is. I have my Earth Lover t-shirt on today, and because that's what this is about. You know, we hear people talking about our water and our land and even the air that we breathe. Someone mentioned that we have higher rates of asthma, higher rates of really everything just by being Black and Indigenous people. We really do. And so those are the things that we're fighting for. Those are the things that this vote is going to make a difference for. One of the things that I know everybody's done this election season, that's been working on this effort, there's really been a lot of boots on the ground efforts. People are phone banking, people are doing lit drops, direct action, and really channeling people's energy into voting. And that's just so important, to get out there and do what you can. Like, I know some people that volunteer for campaigns that you never see their face. And the reason you never see their face is because getting out and talking like I'm doing isn't their thing. But if you needed data entry done, if you needed some things ordered, if you needed something organized, and then you had to come in and do it, there were people that would do those things. And so it's not always about the people whose faces out there. It's about all of us working together and using our talents to do something good for us. You know, Christina Blackcloud talked earlier, and she didn't mention this. I didn't hear her mention this. A couple of elections ago, the guy that she's running against only won by 200 votes. That's really significant in House District 72. 200 votes is people getting their grandma out and their cousins out and their auntie out and go knock on your neighbor's door and say, hey, come on, let's go vote. The things that Great Plains Action Society is doing is really, really helpful. They're handing out in-person voter kits, and those are going to make a difference. You know, a mask, some hand sanitizer, a little bit of water, because, oh my gosh, you might be in line a long time. It's just super exciting, and I'm really glad to be a part of all of this. I'm going to tell you a story. So years ago, when I lived on my reservation, when I lived in Winnebago, and I've told this story before, but I was going to go vote, and it was our tribal elections, and my ex-husband and I were, oh yeah, let's go vote. And so we agreed, okay, we're going to vote at 7:00 at night. Well, 7:00 rolled around, and I was taking a nap, and he left and he went and voted, and I didn't vote. I woke up, I'm like, how come you didn't get me? He's like, no big deal. And when the results came in, my uncle who was running tied with another person, and we had to have a runoff election. So 2 weeks later, we have the runoff election, and my uncle wins because one vote matters. And so in an election like Christina's, in an election in Sioux City, in a whatever district you're in, your one vote, it really does matter. House 72, it's just one big community. It's one small community. And everybody in that district that votes is going to make a difference for Christina. Everybody that's going to be voting for our congressional representatives, oh gosh, the judges that have been appointed, you know, do we want to retain to keep them or not? Those things matter. And maybe it just seems like, you know, voting. But if you don't vote, you're not going to be able to do what the previous speaker said and gear up for that next fight. So we need your votes to hold people accountable that are running for office, to get ready for that next fight that's coming up. Because what's coming up? We need healthcare. We need affordable housing. We need clean water. You know, what does Iowa have is like the worst water in America? And Trisha's over there going, yeah.
Yeah, we do.
You know, it is like just a huge secret. Am I frozen?
I think you are.
Oh God. Terrible.
Oh, it sucks.
Like,
Keely is having some technical difficulties, but I just want to say thank you, Keely, for coming on. We have to get our next portion of videos or whatever, because we have some videos. But Keely, thank you so much for taking the time to be on here. Reiterate what she said, go out and go vote, because had she not have slept, maybe her uncle would have not been in the runoff election. So without further ado, we have some pre-recorded videos from Sten Jody, who is a Native American hip hop artist. He is Muskogee Creek Nation of Oklahoma. I probably butchered that. I apologize. And then we also have a drum group, but they were gonna sing. So the horse is who they are, and Gabriel Berea and Shannon Leroy of the Omaha tribe. David, if you would like to cue up those videos.
Hicks J, Stone Go, Muskogee Creek Nation, Tiger Clan, Stinjadi Jahajefkados. Hello, how are you doing? I'm Muskogee Creek Nation of Oklahoma, and I'm of the Tiger Clan. Our people are of our Becca Stomp Grounds. And Stinjadi is what they call me. Blessings to everybody out there, especially all my people in Iowa. I just want to simply say, no matter what background, no matter what the issues may or may not be, no matter what your race, creed, color, religion. Please get out there and vote. Iowa, get out there and vote. No matter what party you're with, no matter what side you're with, just get out there and vote, get your voice heard, and do your part. So yeah, just get out and vote, get your voice heard. I just simply want to say thank you, Mado, and many, many blessings to everyone, and especially the organizers of this whole situation, to get our voices heard, get the awareness out there, and I'm just glad to be a part of this whole thing. I'm glad that people are stepping up, people are listening and realizing that our voices do matter, and your vote does matter. You know what I'm saying? No matter what nobody says, no matter how you feel about your politics or anything, just vote, and let's try to make this a better place for our children. Mado, thank you. Blessings, many, many, many blessings.
That was Stenjati, and you can follow him on Facebook and also Instagram. Our next group is The Horse and Gabriel Berea and Shannon Leroy from the Omaha tribe.
Hello everyone. Weeblaho. My name is Gabriel Berea. I'm an enrolled member of the Omaha tribe of Nebraska, and we're here today to talk about going out there and doing your part and vote. I think voting is very important amongst our people, especially our young people, to go out there and do their part and see if we can make a change in this world today, and that's what we have to do, so go out there and vote. I believe it's our part as human beings, it's our right. Early in the stage of the United States, we didn't have that right, and our ancestors fought to be equal to one another, so you have to go out there and vote and do your part.
I'm Shannon Leroy. I'm of the Omaha tribe of Nebraska, and this next song is what they call the starting song of the round dance. So here we go. Yo ho we yo hey, 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 yo hey yo ha ya. Hey ya ha ya ha yo, yo ho we yo hey, yo ho we yo hey, ya hey yo ha ya, hey ya ha ya, yo ho we yo hey, 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 ya hey yo ha ya, hey ya ha ya ha yo, yo ho we yo hey, yo ho we yo hey, ya hey yo ha ya, hey ya ha ya ha, yo ho we yo hey, 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 ya hey yo ha ya, hey ya ha ya ha yo, yo ho we yo hey, yo ho we yo hey, ya hey yo ha ya, hey ya ha ya ha yo. Aho relatives, it's me again, Shannon. Hey, I'm just here to tell you that all of us need to come together and be one person, one people. That's what we're here for. That's what we're always going to be, is one people. All of us coming together, no matter what color, creed, nation, religious background, anything like that. Just come together and we can be one. That's what we're here for. We're here to rock the boat. We're here to make things possible and make things happen for our future. So if you can, come on out and vote. Come on, join the crowd and be one of us. Just be the one person you always wanted to be and make change. Thank you very much.
All right, without further ado, I'm going to introduce the next speaker here, and that is Michelle Free Lemire. And she is from the Winnebago tribe. Go ahead and introduce yourselves, pronouns, and whatever else.
Hi, I'm Michelle Lemire. Hochankrajra Nieja Habachinga. And that means comes from the water. I'm from the Wolf Clan. And voting is something that should be extremely important to each and every one of us, because all Indigenous people on this land have only had the right to vote since 4 years before I was born. That's not very long. We are the original people, but we are the last to have our voices heard. Our grandmothers and grandfathers struggled, stood up, and spoke loudly so that we would have the right to have our votes counted. We have been the people who have been easily silenced because our ancestors were nearly wiped out. And our numbers are few compared to people of other colors, even if every single one of us voted. In certain areas of the country today, Indigenous votes have the potential to have huge effects on this election cycle. Even with our small numbers, we have the opportunity to make huge impacts on the direction this country will take. That is what our ancestors dreamed of. That's what they fought for. Our people are constantly fighting for our right to just exist. We need to secure our right to be free. We need to protect the rights our ancestors fought for, but we also need to regain their freedoms that we've lost. We need to be free to teach our children their own language, to grow their own hair, dance their own dances, and sing their own songs. We need to secure for our children the right to drink clean water, to breathe clean air, to walk safely upon their ancestral lands, no matter who settled on it. Too many of our BIPOC have fallen into disillusion, the mind trap that we shouldn't stand up. We shouldn't get involved in the colonizer election system because there's just too much against us, because it doesn't matter anyway. They expect to lose, so instead of standing and facing the issues, they accept defeat without a fight. And that's exactly what not voting is. Our ancestors faced a towering tsunami of loss. They lost everything. They suffered and survived 100 times worse losses than any of us have ever experienced. They did not give up. They did not lie down and die like the colonizers wanted them to. They kept standing no matter how much was taken from them. Their hope was that we would one day be able to use the enemy's very systems to rise up and elevate the future generations. We need to vote. Just like Sister Nina Turner says, we need to vote like only everything we love is on the line. We need to reach across the divides and join hands with other marginalized people. We bought into that separateness between our peoples, because when we join together, it's game over for the game riggers. So we need everybody to get out there and vote, to exercise that right that our people fought so hard for. We need to respect everything that they struggled for, all the sacrifices that they made for us. We need to make even more sacrifices for those that are coming behind us. I know so many young people who are far more woke than so many adults that would love to have the right to vote. So vote in their place, vote for their future, look at your children and vote for their sakes. But just get out there and vote.
Thank you so much, Michelle. That's very powerful. Every time that you speak, I just get chills. So thank you so much for being on here. Michelle Free-Lemire, everyone. Thank you. All right, our next speaker is kind of where I got my little light fire, or my fire was lit. She was my instructor at UNI, and you know, she was there during a very difficult time in my life, and I'm very honored to come here, come full circle with her, and to be able to introduce her. Dr. Belinda Creighton-Smith, please go ahead and introduce yourself.
Oh, good afternoon. It is truly a blessing to be here, and I am honored to have served as one of your professors, and I am even more humbled by the work that you are doing, and I do thank you for this opportunity. And I want to start by saying that I give deference to the elders upon whom shoulders I stand and we stand, those who literally gave their lives for us, elders who continue to speak to us from the blood-soaked ground in this country, and elders who continue to speak to us from the dark caverns on the western coast of Africa and the holding places in the caverns of the southern slave trading posts. And those elders, I stand upon the shoulders of those that stood on auction blocks as human chatteled, enslaved in iron yokes and leg irons. I stand upon the shoulders of those who would not give in and would not give up as they gathered their babies and their loved ones and made their way to freedom, even if it meant that their lives would be lost in the process. I stand on the soldiers of the Black Sioux Nation and the Sioux Nation. I'm thinking of my brother who told us before he died how important it was for us as a people to come together, all minoritized, all oppressed, all disenfranchised, all marginalized people across all races and ethnicities, to come together, to stand shoulder to shoulder and arm to arm and to speak truth to power. I stand upon the shoulders of those who gave their lives as they walked across the Pettus Bridge, and those who gave their lives as they pushed to the voting stations to vote on our behalf so that we could vote today and in the days to come. I stand upon the shoulders of all of those who have gone before us to try to make this place, this nation, live up to its ideal, to live up to its promise that all human beings are created equal. And I am grateful that I have these shoulders to stand upon. And it is because of these shoulders, these mighty men and women, non-binary individuals, it is because I stand upon their shoulders that I call out to you today. It is imperative that we vote. The NAACP, the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, says that we must vote as though our lives depend upon it. And I, as a member of the Black Hawk County branch of the NAACP, where our president is LaTanya Graves, I serve as an executive committee member. I am honored to serve that organization as well as to serve the church where God called me, Faith Temple American Baptist Church, a church where our ministry is a social justice ministry, where we believe in the capacity of all human beings to serve and to serve their lives as though it served their time as though it's the last day they have on earth to work while it's yet death. I am honored to serve as that pastor, the pastor of that church, with amazing associate ministers, associate pastors like Reverend Tara Elliott and Reverend Doris Diedrich. I am honored to say that I am the daughter of a woman who worked her life tirelessly, who worked her life in the human service field when no one else was able to do what she did, meeting with clients and showing them how to navigate a system that was pitted against them and how to get their children back, how to keep their children, how to get health care coverage and those kinds of things in a system that was stacked up against us, people of color. She gave her life working for it, and she continues in her own way, her capacity today to serve people. And so I am honored to stand here again. As I said, I stand here sharing why we must vote. As the NAACP says, we must vote like our lives depend on it, because they do. I also say that we cannot sit this one out, that there have been times when we have sat out and we have removed ourselves, not only from the movement and not only from being actively engaged in the political process, but sometimes I think we sit out on life, and we cannot sit this one out. Too much is at stake. Too many lives are at stake. And while it may not seem as though it's going to impact you directly, I am here to tell you that for the many that sat out in 2016, what we are seeing today and what we saw yesterday is a result of us having sat that one out. Because we sat that one out in 2016, we have nearly, in our country alone, we have nearly 236,000 people who have died from COVID because we sat this one out. And worldwide, globally, because of the mishandling of this pandemic, we've lost 1.2 million people to this disease. So you see, we can't afford to sit this one out. We've had 500,000 cases of COVID in the last week alone. And people of color, 57% of those cases are people of color. And we can't sit this one out. We can't sit this one out because we typically, because we are relegated to the margins of society more often than not, because we are the ones on the front line. We're on the front line oftentimes when it comes to working in the field of healthcare, whether it's as doctors and nurses or certified nursing assistants, or as those who work in the nutrition area, or even in the custodial areas within the medical or healthcare profession. We find ourselves on the front line of this epidemic and of this pandemic. And as a result of being on the front line, we find ourselves infected and exposed to this virus at a disproportionate rate. We cannot sit this one out. We must vote as though our lives depend on it. We, as people who are minoritized and marginalized, find ourselves at a greater risk of not only being infected, but a greater risk of being disproportionately impacted by the virus, because we live in conditions, we live in environments where there is a high number of low-income housing and close proximity to one another. We have to take public transit to get to work, or share car space as we drive to packing plants and factories and other industrial kinds of places where we work. And we find ourselves in close proximity with someone who may be infected, and therefore then we take it back home to our families, or maybe working in nursing homes. And as working in nursing homes, we find ourselves exposed to the virus, bringing it back to our homes, or even as teachers or paras or administrators in the school system that have now been opened, and we find ourselves coming in contact with children who may be infected, or children coming in contact with other children or other adults. taking it back home and infecting their families. We are at a disproportionate risk of infection because of the areas of our lives that where we come in potential contact with people who are infected. And that has occurred because of the mishandling of this disease. No, we can't sit this one out. And so I implore you, those of us who have experienced firsthand as we marched in the streets to protest deaths like the wrongful death of George Floyd and Sandra Bland and Jacob Blake and Jonathan Price, and the list goes on, to the degree that we have declared the shooting of unarmed Black and Indigenous and people of color, the death of those individuals at the hands of police officers, a public health crisis. We cannot sit this one out. We cannot sit this one out, because if we sit this one out, we will find ourselves in a greater position in which we are oppressed and our voices are suppressed and the breath in our lungs is pushed out of us if we don't stand up. And if we don't take the responsibility to become engaged, not only in the political process today or tomorrow or on Tuesday, but every day after that, we must vote as though our lives depend on it. We can't afford to sit this one out. And not only that, but we have to continue to be engaged in the process every day thereafter, making our voices heard and pushing forward the movement. Why? Because if we don't, we might as well give up on the lives of our children and the lives of our children's children. We might as well give up on creation. We might as well give up on everything if we don't take the opportunity to make our voices heard today.
Thank you so much, Dr. Creighton Smith. That's so powerful. I don't think you could have said it any more. People need just to go out and go vote. This is what it's all about. Thank you. Thank you so much for spending your time with me today. Thank you. Our next speaker is Karen Mackey, and she's from the Native American Caucus Board in the state of Iowa, and she's going to close us out. Karen, go ahead and introduce yourself.
Thank you very much. We chogo son plan washte mitakiapi. Wombadi chante wion imakiapi damakota susiri etan ha wahi. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon, my relatives. My name is Eagle Heart Woman. My English name is Karen Mackey. I'm an enrolled member of the Santee Sioux Dakota Nation, and I've lived most of my life in Sioux City. Sioux City, as you probably know, has the largest concentration of Native Americans in the state. Times have always been tough for those of us who are Native in Sioux City, but it's especially bad now. Our COVID rates are high. We have a large homeless population who is predominantly Native American. You know, I don't know if I can be as eloquent as our previous speaker, but as an Indigenous queer woman, voting is vital to me. I hope it's important to you as well. You know, the candidate for president that I'm supporting now is not who I initially supported, but I am working hard for his election. I'm making phone calls. I hate making phone calls. I hate it. Anyone who knows me knows I hate it. But it's important work. In fact, when I get done here, I'm going to be making phone calls. I did it all day yesterday. I'm doing it all day today. I'm doing it tomorrow. And on Tuesday, I'm a poll watcher. Even though I'm someone who's at risk of catching COVID and not having a great outcome, I thought long and hard about it and decided that was something that I had to do to serve the people. So tomorrow morning, starting at 6 a.m., I'm going to be at Irving. And that really is a sacrifice because I'm not a morning person and I'm an introvert. But it's important that we all do what we can do, and that's something I can do. If you haven't already, you need to educate yourself on the candidates. And then you need to vote. Monday You can go to the auditor's office and vote. If you live in Sioux City, you can go to Long Lines Family Rec Center and vote until 5 o'clock. Be sure to bring your ID with you. That is one of the things that a specific party has done to try to make it difficult for people to vote, is that you have to bring an ID. You don't necessarily have to have an Iowa driver's license or ID. You can use a tribal ID. There's a whole variety of IDs. You can use a picture ID. If your picture ID doesn't have your current address, bring something that shows the address you're at. A utility bill, anything like that. If you can't do any of those things, grab someone and bring them with you who will vouch for who you are, because you can still vote. It might end up being a provisional vote, but you can vote. You need to vote. So you need to go do that. You either do it Monday or you go do it Tuesday, but you need to do it. You know, the previous speaker said you need to vote like your life depends on it. That was something I was going to say too. You need to vote like your life depends on it and the lives of people you care about, because it's true. It does. You know, and if you have a few minutes to volunteer in these next couple of days, that's great too. You know, we have to do things that stretch ourselves. I hate making phone calls. I hate getting up in the morning, but I'm going to do those things because I can do that in the short term. And it actually helps me to grow personally, to stretch myself. If I just stay the same person who never wants to talk to anyone and sit in my house, I'm not making myself better. I'm not making the world better. We have to work to make our values a reality. And after the election, you know, yes, vote, but don't just vote. You need to regularly contact your elected officials. Even if you didn't vote for them, you need to tell them of your opinion on important matters, large and small. Keep them accountable. And also consider voting, I'm sorry, not voting, but serving on a board or commission. That's important work. Whatever community you live in, your city or your county largely relies on volunteers to do a lot of the day-to-day work, a lot of policy work. So you need to volunteer in that way if you can. In order to change this world to better reflect our values, we've got to engage with others, even people we don't agree with. We do stand on the shoulders of others. The people we are descended from are proud people and people who survived so much. We need to honor them by voting. Don't sit this one out. Vote. Vote like your life depends on it. Padamiye, thank you.
Alrighty, and then we have a video from Stenjari. Is that correct? If you can cue that up. Yep. Is it? I'm not a racist. Entitled, which is awesome. So David, yes, David. So whenever you can cue that up.
With all due respect, I don't have pity for none of you godless heathens. That's just the way I feel. Screaming native lives matter, but Indians would rather drink whiskey than pay their bills. Yelling native this and native that. Root for a red skin and get a native mad. As soon as I say I'm native, everyone reacts and want to hate me and call me a vulture because my hair ain't black. Or my skin and my eyes ain't brown. Well, I seen you at the last powwow. Talking about genocide like you was around back then. Like you was really hunting and gathering back then. Like you was really boiled up back then. Okay, look. I heard you want to complain about the conditions you're from, so it's worse than the ghetto, yeah, it's worse than the slum. But if it's so fucking bad, then why don't you run? America's free, you stupid idiot, and you can do what you want. I work my ass off and pay my taxes for what? So y'all can sit on the breast, free everything and pretending you're stuck. But yeah, you're sitting there spending money on liquor and drugs, so you can drop your babies off at your sister, mother, or cuz. Man, y'all already late. You motherfuckers need to get your goddamn priorities straight. Wait. It's like you're proud to be drunk, lazy as fuck. You'd rather do drugs than get a job and be up. But then you want to turn around and complain about alcoholism and addiction rates. Get the fuck out of my face. You
can't escape the problems. You can smudge for a change, but can't earn $1. You got nobody else to blame, so you blame Donald. So it's fuck the world with America great again, kind of. And my voice ain't missing, I'm not racist. My great-great-great-grandma was Indian, I'm not racist. My family told me she was a strong and proud Cherokee princess. I heard y'all was fighting the feds. That's probably why there's not enough jobs on the res. Well, maybe you should build a Walmart and evolve instead of cashing per cap checks and staying drunk till you're dead. I'm not racist, but I never lie. I think there's a disconnect between your culture and mine. I worship the Einsteins and study the Steve Jobs, but you ride Crazy Horse's dick like he was a fucking god. Oh my God. All you do is care about drinking and drugging and bitching about something, but that's just the Indian within you. The old ways is rotting your brain, and it slowly starts to convince you. Then you allow your kids to join you and the cycle continues. Blame it all on the menu, blame it all on the drinks, blame it on everybody except your own race. Blame it on white privileges, blame it on white kids, blame it on white citizens instead of changing how you live. Man, y'all just a bunch of savages. Trying to stop a pipeline, burning cars and mattresses. Water is life, I'm assuming you drove a car. That's kinda ironic with the battle you're trying to fight. I'm not racist. But look at the feathers it's taking off of your hat. What are you thinking? Where did you get your civilized training at, boy? Cut the fucking hair, you goddamn Indian. Put your fucking shoes back on. Wash your face and stop singing your songs. Quit that Indian stuff, and maybe the government will stop killing you fucks. Yo, what the fuck? I'm not racist. It's like we live in the same building, but split into 3 floors. I'm not racist, but there might be 3 sides to every story. I wish I knew yours. I wish I knew yours. With a little respect, I know what happened to you natives, man. I agree it was bad, but that's y'all's fight, y'all's problem. That shit isn't labeled black. And a matter of fact, how you gonna get mad for me for liking the football team when you steady acting black? Trying to rap, busting a sag, saying the word nigga, but nigga, you ain't black. I'm not racist. See, I understand you think the word redskin is equally bad, but have you ever met a black NFL owner, man, that's equally sad? See, we don't have no control over that. That's the white man with the power, so go argue with him and try to get some of your land rights back. Oh, now it's cultural appropriation. Oh, motherfucker, please. Getting mad at Nicki Minaj or Snoop Dogg for wearing a chief headdress when you should just be relieved that they're keeping your culture alive. I hate them white motherfuckers too. Shit, man, look what they did to me and you. Dividing and conquering like we don't have a clue. We could keep arguing until we black and we blue, but that won't change the fact that they're killing me and you. It's all about the rich, it's all about the poor, it's all about the greed, it's all about getting some more. And can't lie, you natives that go to war, straight die for whatever you're standing for. So to be honest, I can't even remember what the fuck we arguing for, cause I'm not racist. It's like we live in the same building but split into 3 floors. I'm not racist, but there might be 3 sides to every story. I wish I knew yours. I wish I knew yours. I really wish I knew yours. With all disrespect, I don't really like both of you motherfuckers assuming that's just where I'm at. Like both of you guys screaming go Redskins on NFL Sunday, what type of shit is that? Why some stand for the anthem, others take a knee. I'm trying to fight racism, but can't see the irony that they fighting against racism, but ain't fighting for me. I thought it was fuck all racism, not just freedom of speech. Yeah, I know you're black, I know you're white, but what color do we all bleed? Yeah, we shouldn't drink, but we do. And that's just what it is. Doesn't mean you can crack jokes because you got Indian friends. Wanna be a redskin? That word originated from murder and genocide. So when I hear it, it ignites a spiritual fire inside. It's not a word that honors any of us. That's just something they say to pretend they rocking with us. Nah, you're right. I wasn't there fighting any soldiers physically, but that don't mean I'm not affected by the genocidal history. The boarding school children that died by Christianity, the survivors that got away but not with the sanity. That shit gets to me. Where's the humanity? Yeah, I like rap because that's all we get. I ain't gonna lie, hip-hop is the shit. We struggle with identity, struggle within. You both say pray to Jesus and repent for your sins. Well, I'm sorry, you can never know my life. Try to have faith but never feel alright. It's hard to elevate when you're not black, you're white and the brown. Sympathize with Mexicans now. So it's definitely fuck Christopher Columbus and Trump. Fuck John Wayne. Fuck his horse and his hat. And fuck you too, motherfucker, if you can't handle that. Some of us got jobs, others getting per cap. Some got casinos, others don't get that. You think you know everything, but you don't. Try and copy our heritage and steal everything for your own. Fake ceremonies, pretending and dances. Burning man gurus and spiritual trances. Fuck, I'm exhausted. And you don't know about my people. My people are so strong. You don't know about the powwows. You don't know about the songs. You don't know about the fried bread, man. You don't know. I'm not racist, but I never lie. I know there's a disconnect between your culture and mine. Yeah, I praise Crazy Horse like he was a fucking god. He was fighting for the people way before he fucking died. Die, savage. And all y'all care about is money and power. But that's just a colonized mind within you. Hatred in your brain, so it slowly starts to convince you. Then you teach your children and the cycle continues. Blame it all on the drunk Indian, blame it all on the race, blame it on everybody except your own race, blame it on the looks, blame it on Red's kids. When we stood against no dapper, man, that was the illest. Cause even though we lost, it let us know some of y'all was standing with us. I'm not racist, but I cry a lot. You don't know what it's like to be in a rough spot. Wake up on the Reds and see what you ain't got. Suicidal thoughts, who cares if you die or not? I love and I hate you all at the same time. I wish we could trade shoes or we could just change lives so we can understand, but that shit'll just take time. I'm not racist. It's like we live in the same building but split into 3 floors. I'm not racist, but there might be 3 sides to every story. I wish I knew yours. I wish I knew yours. I really wish I knew yours. Blessings.
Wow, that was powerful. That was the first time I seen that. So, yeah. Wow.
Yeah.
Like, wow, that's just Sten Jotty really did it with that music video. So,
for sure.
Yeah.
I'd like to thank Sten. You know, Sten wasn't on the show, live, but provided these little the little video earlier. I'm talking, and then was generous enough to provide us with one of his music videos. So.
Right on.
And then thank everybody else. I want to give a really big shout out to Beatho too. Can we add Beatho?
Hey, no.
Thank you guys for having me. This is good energy, good vibes, and I'm just trying to keep the party going. You know what I'm saying?
For sure. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Beatho. You put a lot of time and effort into this. You've been with us the whole time. And same thing with David, and same thing with Jess. You've been with us the whole time, so we sincerely appreciate that. I wanted to show you this. If anybody wants a shirt, we still have some left, I think, in Des Moines. I don't know if any are left in Sioux City.
No.
No.
Those are gonna be gone. Yeah, a lot of people love the shirt. They love the voter PPE kits. I still have some left, so I'll definitely kind of organize who I didn't get, and then anybody else.
Do you have a PPE kit handy?
Do I what?
Do you have a PPE kit handy?
Yeah. Actually, nope. It's in the truck.
Okay.
It's in the truck, so
we have these kits and these really cool bags. And tell them what's in it, Trish.
There's boxed water in it. Actually, hold on. Let me grab it real quick. Okay, so we have these bags here.
I just did the thing.
Oh, did you? So anyways, there's like hand sanitizer in there. There's a mask, a poncho if it gets rainy and you're standing there, you don't want to get wet. We have stickers. We have, oh gosh, what else is there? pen, pencil. Yeah, poncho. Yep. So I'm gonna have some of those in Sioux City where I'm at. I know Des Moines. I think Cedar Rapids. I'm not sure. Iowa City, Cedar Rapids, but Des Moines will definitely have some.
Iowa City, Des Moines, and Sioux City.
Yes. So, and then on top of that too, Vote Mob has their swag too that they're going to be giving out. What they're going to ask you to do though is that you text 3 friends, whether it's actually texting or if it's messaging, Snapchatting, whatever method you want to use, and then you get a free hoodie. There's beanies, stickers, and we got a lot of it, so we're gonna definitely be visible at the polling places.
And here in Iowa City, we still have some of these left. We have these window signs. We also have yard signs as well. Very limited though, but we do have a bunch of these left. If anybody's interested, we're going to have a booth on Monday in the Ped Mall in front of the Black Liberation Space, which is where Revival used to be, which is technically on Elm Street, I believe. Or yeah. So if y'all are familiar with Iowa City, you'll find it on the Ped Mall, and so we'll have a booth there with Vote Mob as well. Vote Mob, more T-shirts, more PPE kits, signs, stickers. And information, ACLU pamphlets on knowing your voting rights in Iowa.
Right on.
I think we're at the end, and
I definitely, I just want to say thank you to everyone that had came on and spoke or performed. Anybody that invested their time with this, and also if you shared this around. I think we're recording this, so this can be shared. So definitely check out people that are in this live stream. And thank you to our co-hosts Vote Mob and YAPJ, the Youth Alliance for People's Justice. And yeah, we're still doing stuff on the election day as far as Sioux City goes, and hopefully we can see you out there too as well.
Yeah, if you want to find out more about what we're doing, Great Plains Action Society, you can check us out on Facebook, on Instagram, on our website. And this is actually streamed by our website too. And geez, I feel like I'm like missing something, but also, and really importantly, try to support every speaker that was on here today and their organization. And also the artists, the performers, please support Bitho, please support MC Animosity, please support Stenjati, and all of the other talented folks we have. Regina Sosi, I might not have necessarily a platform like where she's got her stuff up on YouTube and stuff, but she does work with Sage Sisters of Solidarity in the Quad Cities, as well as the Native American Coalition of the Quad Cities. She's been running that for years. So support those groups. If you're in the Quad Cities, support Regina, support Josephine Ironshield and those people doing that work in those areas, wherever you are, people.
Right on. All right. Well, I think that's it. So thank you guys for watching. And yeah, we're still going to end it.
We're going to end it with some good beats.
Ain't no justice for us in the United States. Segregation ended, but we still judge by race. I wanna pick up my family and just move away. Canada sounds straight. I'm tired of keeping quiet. It is my time to speak. How come another black man dead when I turn on the TV? He was unarmed and never harmed and shot by the police. Said that he could not breathe as he lay bleeding in the streets. Fuck your breath. That's what the officer said. Handcuffed on the ground, knee in the head. Shot on the ground, screaming in pain. 5 cops held him down until he was slain. Eric Harris, Oklahoma City. Sold a gun to an undercover, played cop. Shot him when he thought he was tased. Now
out laying undercovers. Tamara Rights, Ohio. Police shot him up in the park. No indictments for them cops. Mike Vick got sent to the fighting dogs. What part of the game is that? What happened to him if he was black in 2016? Still ain't few niggas brainwashed and they cool with that. But we can take a stand, play your part, do what you can. Elevate the status of the black man. Leading by example is the master plan. Always see knowledge and truth as the foundation up for the youth. But so we can come together. You expect this for me. Ain't no justice for us in the United States. Segregation ended, but we still judge by race. I wanna pick up my family and just move away. Canada sounds straight. What happened to Sandra Bland? Someone please tell me. She was found dead in the cell in police custody. They said she killed herself. And tell me how could that be? Show me the video, please. Started out as a traffic stop. Everything was routine. Then things started going left. All of a sudden they got me. How was her signal go to under arrest? All because she put out a cigarette. Then she got thrown to the ground. Handcuffed me to the neck. Then what happened next? They said she hung herself in the cell. But they got lapses as well as footage. This is a suspect. Come on, can't you tell? And there was no indictments. That's what the grand jury said. But gave Plaxico Bear 2 years for shooting himself up in the leg. But we can take a stand, play your part, do what you can. Elevate the status of the black man. Leading by example is the master plan. Always see knowledge and truth on the foundation up for the youth. Until we come together, you expect this for me. Ain't no justice for us in the United States. Segregation ended, but we still judge by race. I wanna pick up my family and just move away. Canada sounds straight. Ain't no justice for us in the United States. Segregation ended, but we still judge by race. I wanna pick up my family and just move away. Canada sounds straight. Ain't no justice for us in the United States. Segregation ended, but we still judge by race. I wanna pick up my family and just move away. Canada sounds straight. Ain't no justice. Ain't no justice. Ain't no justice in the United States. Ain't no justice. Ain't no justice. Ain't no justice. Canada sounds straight. Thirsty.
Alright. Thank y'all, everybody. Glad to end this. Appreciate y'all having me.
Canada sounds straight.